All right. I'm gonna turn this guy. The debate I want to, is I'm loath to start this feed today because the debate in the House is this working good? Yeah, all right. Wasn't as responsive as I was hoping. The debate in the House is about the fine details about how the Parliament runs and giving MPs an opportunity to speak longer than 35 seconds. It's actually it's really interesting to me, as I like the details and the fine detail. I have to do a couple corrections. Eat my words a little bit as an I heard MPs were talking about strychnine. I thought it was conservative, so there's a picture of that on my posts. It was just only made in a jest anyway, but the conservatives didn't say that. I read the post wrong. And second, I was unaware that the delegation going to Nook in Greenland, Anita Anand was going to send 72 people. So I kind of feel, because of the climate we're in, everybody's pointing the finger. I feel overly self-conscious of the finger pointers. So I had to do a correction to make sure that people know when I mentioned, here, I'm going to say what I wrote, okay? Update. Okay, so here's the original. Number 2, MP Anita Anand is donning her Canadian Goose jacket, right? It's Canada Goose. It's the famous winter jackets. And flying to Greenland, Nook. And the three stooges are rumored to be on board. To open a Canadian consulate. I pray the USA is happy about this as well. And apparently she met with Marco Rubio before this, so I think they're fully aware, and it will help. And she brought with her like 60 to 72, I wrote. Oh, here, right. So the update. She brought with her a bunch of delegates to help make it, to help integrate the people. So I like I said, I wasn't trying to insinuate anyone anything except Nook, right? Nook from the Three Stooges, right? But like I said, I'm overly concerned about looking like an R word and all this like that. This is the climate we're in. It's about everyone's this and you're that. I'm Hungarian, so you can imagine. I grew up with Italians, a lot of Italians, but mostly the British Isles, English, a little bit of Irish, English, the islands there, right? And so. So if you're Hungarian, you're getting mocked, right? Hungarian, Ukrainian, or Russian, whatever. So I'm fully aware of how it feels to be on the other end of it. So I don't think about doing it to other people, right? It just, it was a lesson I learned early. It sucked at the time. I'm kind of glad I know now, right? So it's like it's easy for me to brush aside animosity just because of someone's culture, and I like culture. So anyway, I have to be overly paranoid is the word, really, about this, because everything is weaponized right now, and I got a little bit of from the ether backlash, right? Like just a little bit, you know what I mean? Side comments. So I'm overly on it. The update is MP Anand brought with her 76 delegates, it was actually 60, from our north. And obviously, as this was not announced, I didn't hear it announced. I watched her on Parliament. Maybe she announced it somewhere, but it wasn't announced in Parliament. She just said she's going. I'm going. So I assumed her and her staff. Obviously, as this was not announced, I did not mean to insinuate the Stooges were anything but the TV show characters' tagline, knock, knock, knock. They always said knock, knock, knock for you youth. The delegation was well received, and so what happened was well received on both sides, and I think it actually will be good. I believe that from what I read, the Americans actually have the deal is pretty much, you know what I mean. It's fine details now, and the deal is mostly done. So 10 minutes, folks, till they start going. Um, So it worked out well. I think because if the Americans go there, the Canadians can help bridge some gaps, especially we have the Arctic. But I believe that the one thing that's kind of irking me about this government is they said we're going to move at speeds never before seen. And Wob Canoe from Manitoba said, okay, we're taking a contract ended with Minnesota. They were putting 300 kilowatts, 100,000 a lot of power. The contract ended, and they said they just let it finish. And he told everybody in the government, look, this power is available to go to the north. They use diesel to power their place, and this diesel can't always fly in. The weather, of course, and it has to be flown in, right? Most of the year. Imagine your town having your power source diesel being flown in, and you have like winter storms all the time. It's a very, very, very difficult thing. I know I'm not fully. I gotta get my clothes. But so he's like, hey, we have hydropower. So it's clean power. From diesel power is like obviously not good. To hydropower to go there, and nothing's been done, and it irks me that the speeds haven't been seen. I believe that we need to shore up our north, or it's not just this president. This president has his focus on Greenland and Venezuela. But it's the next president and the one after that we more need to worry about, because, you know, things, when they start going in a motion like a train, they're hard to stop. So we have to counter it right away. And I think our government's been too slow on this, and it could be a help. Now, they just did a housing announcement. The housing minister, they're building a bunch of homes. So maybe that was part of the problem, because you have to build homes for the workers that are, you know what I mean, if you're going to do a huge expansion. So it has to be a part of it. So I'm just thinking maybe they're going just too slow, and they're going in that direction. But I think that it's something less. So I'm going to carry on with my blurb here. The delegation was well received again, and unusually beautiful, with a CCGS gene goodwill. Will also be intended an icebreaker. Again, one thinks of that Superman. Remember that Superman where they found something in the Arctic? And wonders, what did they find up there in that ancient ice? Maybe the feds will build the power lines to the northern communities and make Churchill the port of the north. I hope so. Like, that's what I believe we should be doing. It's time to make them not territories into provinces, and bring in people into politics as much as possible and as fast as possible. I think it's time. I think everybody in Canada, when they hear about exactly how the territories don't have much say and how the federal government, if they find these things out, like how it really is working up there, people would be like, really? That's kind of, you know, we won't. I don't think that people wouldn't be agreeing with it. The way that, you know, I think they should have their own say in their own. And the Nunavut premier, he's pretty damn good. I think anyway, there's always hope for what is Canada, if not the protectors of the frozen north. And then I put a bunch of, actually I recommend you check it out, it's really cool. I put a bunch of Inuit phrases and things like no and yes, right? Because sometimes, hey, when it's cold, you don't want to talk, right? I guess. But they have a bunch of nonverbals. We all cultures do, I guess. And so nonverbal communications. And I put it into the blurb. So it's an updated thing. I think that's enough on that. Hopefully it works out well. I'm pretty happy with what happened in Greenland. I think it was pretty good. It was a happy delegation on both sides, and they didn't say anything rhetoric that was, I don't want to say the word appalling, but abhorrent or whatever, what have you. Thank you for your time on that measure. Like I said, we should be putting a lot into our north right now. Another main reason is we should be going up north is, you know, I remember when I was, we're talking 30 years ago, you go up north, single pane windows were commonplace. You had to pump a lot of heat, and it was like, you know, R values, insulation values, I should say. are are a factor, or were a factor, right? Like if the wind was blowing, you could feel it in the room. You're like you're in a sealed room and in the room. Well, we have way better systems nowadays. It can even be prefabbed, and our winter clothes with the batteries and all these wonderful things. The North can be a lot more comfortable to everybody, and so I think it's time to start. I believe Canada should start doing that. Okay, in 5 more minutes, folks. So I think I've spoken about that, but I just felt like I read a CBC article and the way they did pictures, and I just felt like I was being misconstruing my nook humor. I think that the Americans, if the deal goes through, there's going to be a lot of money and there's going to be a lot of investment, and everybody. There's only like 50,000 people on Greenland. Like they're all going to be very wealthy. It will be a construction boom, expansion of infrastructure like they've never seen. You just compare the budget of Denmark compared to the budget of America. They could put $100 billion, and they will. America. They'll make it like the shining sea. And once the Americans, this is what I believe, we can be ahead of it by building Churchill now ahead of when the Americans start building up Greenland, because I think that could be a port of entry for other parts of the North. But if what happens is the Americans start doing it, it's going to go the other way. Then all of our northern communities are going to be relying on American shipping and American, and that'll be a problematic, especially if, we know that the Northwest Passage is going to open up. Whether it gets warmer or not, icebreakers, America's building all these icebreakers, it's going to happen. It's happening. So it's time. Yeah, I don't drink whiskey anymore. I don't think I'll ever drink whiskey again. Beer is as heavy as I'll go. No shots, no nothing like that. But yeah, Rob and Rachel Green. Good for you. Pour that whiskey. Good for you. That's no longer my flavor. A Dutchman from a wealthy family was trying to. He was a teetotaler. Came from a teetotaler family, means they don't drink, and he got a loan from his family to make hard alcohol, more available to people, under the premise that hard alcohol will get people to drink less because it's strong and it's this and that, and they will drink less because there was too many people drinking beer. Remember, water was unsafe, so people were drinking, 1-2% like American beer, 1-2%. It's water because it was safer. So this individual made it. You can Google it. I went to a museum when it was about it, and it's funny because that was his intent. I don't know. Did it work? Whiskey's dangerous. I'd be wary of the whiskey. That's as strong as I ever think I'll ever need. To each his own. Oh, of course. I'm not probably. I am definitely healthier for not drinking. I'm not against alcohol. To each his own. But no, you get older, right? You get older, and you're like, especially, I'm doing this workout thing. It's not good. All right, I don't want to digress too much. Yeah, like here I said, the exercise 3, 8, 55, 0, 20, 45. I try to do 3 times a day, 8 exercises. I crunch 6, a lot of times 6 or 5, well, more like 5 exercises into one kind of movement. As I'm very sore all the time. Very sore. So, but the major muscles I do 3 times a day, and then this other exercise. I'm not there yet. I'm getting better. I couldn't do 3 times a day with like chest movements and back movements. When I started, I would have to take 2 days off in between, and now it's building the strength, and then. Eventually it'd be nice, get into the heavy weights again. I love doing heavy weights. I don't know about you folks. Heavy weights is great. Doing 55 reps of something is a minute of agony. Takes a bit more than a minute to pump them out, and it's a minute of agony. Whereas hitting your maximum, doing one press, is like 10 seconds of agony and pure rage in a movement. It's wonderful. I love it. I miss it. To be honest, I don't have a gym membership. I can't afford it right now. What can you do, right? But doing this exercise thing, you will lowers your anxiety. I can take a lot more. It's been a great thing. 3-8. It says it's right there, right? And yeah, that's all I gotta say. A wonderful thing. So they're just about to. Okay, they're starting now. I got some new software, so I know it wasn't good. Yesterday was horrible. It was very bad. Excuse me. But this should be better. I gotta there we go. Raise it up in a little bit, a little notch. Thank you, the three of you, for watching. 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, whatever. Like I said, I almost want to tonight. I probably will, like as I go to bed. I'll probably put this standing orders and procedure of the House and its committee pursuant to Standing Order 51-1. It's all about how the House is their decorum and how much time each person gets to speak and different things that they can do. It's really, really interesting to a person like me who's very focused. When I first started covering politics on this channel, there was a large gap in between the time, and they've shortened that gap quite a bit. I was doing editing it out, and now it's very tight, and it's almost too tight, I think, because I want to have a little bit of speech in between. But it's done. It makes it a lot more exciting. You know what I mean? It's speak or do. But geez, it must be hard, especially when there's a back and forth. These people up, down. You know what I mean? They got to be very, very fast because their time starts. They got to stand up quick, and they only got 35 seconds. So I think it's more exciting. Question period is the exciting part of Parliament, and then times like this, like as you can see, even the politicians are there. Like this genius guy is there's not a soul behind him, not one person backing him. Oh, I guess I'm a couple minutes behind. And oh, he's still talking. Oh, I hope it's not one of these other days where they did question period at 11 o'clock. I checked today. I thought it was 2, but it caught me yet last week. It was a Thursday, and they only had a 4-day work week, so they did the 11 o'clock. Or maybe the speaker's allowing him to finish his speech. Damn, I missed that. My goodness, I didn't realize it was Friday. So that is a problem because I'm an idiot. So I'll have to do question period. All right. Okay, I got to go back in time. It's not 2 o'clock. It started late. It started early. They did it early because it's Friday. I actually thought it was Thursday today. I'm an idiot. I only say an idiot. I did a very, very long MP Suds. I think she's one of the better MPs. Her, and there's another new one. She has gray hair. I can't recall her name. She speaks, and it's very calming. It's like I almost have to, and I don't mean to be bored. I yawn. It's just she sends out this aura of like calmingness, and sometimes you need an MP with that power for the I think so. And MP Suds is another one. It's like, you know what, you're like, everything is okay. Right? It doesn't matter what the truth. It's just there's some people who have that power, and there's others that have the opposite that can get you riled up about but literally nothing. You know, and I think actually Clifford Small is one of them. He's pretty good. He's got that, the Newfoundland accent, and he's a bit saucy, and he's very, very animated and upset because it's part of his job. Like, I don't mean it in anything, but yeah, it's an empty house today. Look at the seats. Wow. Seaback was on CTV last night. It was very interesting. All right, that's got to be it. All right. C'est bon.
I don't think members flying across the country just to stand in their place and vote is that different from crisis as more.
Yeah, he's got a point there. Oh, so it looks like it's I don't want to say it the C team, but it is genuous. Okay, here's question period for today. It's not
economy in the G7. He promised to build this country. But today we're seeing that those policies are just not working. January saw a major drop in private sector employment of over 50,000 workers, a drop of 28,000 in the manufacturing sector alone. This government is presiding over a deepening employment crisis as more people are dropping out of the workforce. When will Liberals listen to the constructive solutions we have put forward and recognize that what they're doing isn't working?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Minister for Immigration.
Total employment, Madam Speaker, is up, in fact, by 134,000 jobs over the past year. Most of those jobs are in the private sector. We see a rate of inflation at 2.4%. That is well within the Bank of Canada's guideline, and also an unemployment rate that is now down to 6.5%. But we do not rest on that, Madam Speaker. There is anxiety in Canada. There is anxiety, but there is also resilience. Resilience that defines this country, that defines its people. What that resilience means is that there's an expectation that we work together. Will the Conservatives work with us to pass Budget 2025, measures that include benefits for his community and mine?
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke Clark for Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, we will work to advance solutions that work, and we will oppose what is not working. I'm looking again, just clearly at the employment numbers. Private sector employment fell by over 50,000 in the last month. Young people overwhelmingly report that they are worse off than their parents' generation because they can't find jobs and they can't afford homes. Canadians are looking for hope, they're looking for real solutions, and that starts with the government recognizing that what they're doing is not working. When will they come to that recognition?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Canadians are, in fact, looking for hope, Madam Speaker. They're looking for hope, but they're also looking for people to work together in this House of Commons to support them at this time, in the short term and in the long term. In the short term, what this means is, and we saw it, in fact, the spirit of collaboration helped to bring about C-19. C-19, of course, is the Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit that will provide up to $1,900 for a family of four. But for the long term, we can work together to ensure the budget passes. Spending is there for defense that will create tens of thousands of jobs, for infrastructure to build this country up, among other things. Will they help us?
The Honourable Member for Montmorency-Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Right now, young people in Quebec and across Canada aren't asking for the moon. They just want a job, a real job to start their lives. But what are they seeing? In January, Canada lost 25,000 jobs in the manufacturing sector, and investment is fleeing the country. Meanwhile, the only job growth is coming from more bureaucracy, not real jobs in the real economy. Young people are stuck with precarious employment or no jobs at all, while factories are closing in Baie-Comeau and elsewhere across Canada. Does this PM recognize that the economy is not creating the jobs our young people need to get started in life? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Since my colleague from Quebec is talking about employment figures, and he certainly noted in Quebec we created jobs, many of them, and where we've had the lowest unemployment rate in the country. But let's also recognize that the industrial sectors directly threatened by U.S. tariffs are the ones that are suffering the greatest. And that is why yesterday we announced a new strategy for the automotive sector so we can grow automotive production capacity in Canada. The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Liberals are patting themselves on the back for their work, but we're talking about 52,000 jobs from the private sector that have been lost after years of anti-development laws, closed markets, and the flight of capital to the U.S. The results aren't there. Every week, real workers are paying the price, and it's our young people that are being told to wait, to make sacrifices. Again, the Conservatives have proposed a clear path forward. Build here, protect our jobs, unlock our resources. Will the PM work with the Conservatives to create real jobs here for our youth and defend Canada's economic sovereignty? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, our strategy to address these issues is in C-15 and in our budget. That's our plan. It is very broad and comprehensive, and there are many measures. Will our Conservative colleagues do what they must, support us, so we can pass the budget as quickly as possible?
The member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Last night, the industry minister said the quiet thing out loud. When pressed on how many vehicles their EV rebate, Canadian vehicles their EV rebate will apply to, she admitted it's only one. So the vast majority of these EV rebates will go to foreign car manufacturers, including Donald Trump's America. You know, the guy who's tariffing our autos and put 5,000 auto workers out of work and closed 2 plants. Rather than rewarding Donald Trump's America, why don't they take the tax off all Canadian manufactured vehicles to preserve Canadian jobs and benefit all Canadian auto workers?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Speaker, yesterday was a great day as we stood on the shop floor of an auto manufacturer and talked about how we're not only going to keep working to support building vehicles here in Canada, but we're going to make EVs more affordable and more available for Canadians. We are doing the hard work. We are standing to support auto workers in our country because we know that we have the best industry in the world. Why won't he stand and cheer along with them?
Honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
The last time they ran EV rebates between 2019 and 2025, 99% of the rebates went to foreign-made vehicles, including Donald Trump's United States. So while we're in the middle of a trade war and Donald Trump is tariffing our vehicles at 10%, leading to the closure of 2 manufacturing plants and the layoff of thousands of workers, Donald Trump's Buy America program is going to be benefited by Canadians buying American EVs, subsidized by Canadian taxpayers. This is outrageous. It's not a good day for Canadian auto workers. A good day would be if they adopted our plan to take the taxes off autos.
That's right. Minister.
Once again, it's another example of how Conservatives stand in the land of no and holding us back for the economy of the future. When we're talking about the rebates, let's be clear. The rebates actually are designed in a way to favor made in Canada. We are going to invest in the companies that invest in us. There is a specific part of this policy that not only, like I said, the rebates support made in Canada, but beyond that, we are incentivizing investments in building more of those vehicles right here at home because that is the future of the auto industry and we have the best auto workers.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Madam Speaker, some retirees have not received their old age pensions for 9 months, or they're receiving the wrong amounts because of the QRM software in Ottawa. 10 days ago, when we questioned the government, it responded that it was a scare campaign. Then the next day, it finally admitted that the problem existed, but it was only a few cases, some 30 cases. Well, yesterday, in a dramatic turn of events at committee, the minister recognized that 85,000 people are affected. 85,000. How many more people will it take before the Liberals stop sweeping this problem under the rug?
The Minister of Labour.
Madam Speaker, like the minister has said, the department is working as quickly as possible to resolve these issues and to ensure that the personnel has the necessary tools to pay these issues and to ensure that the personnel has the necessary tools to pay these benefits effectively. More than 7,000 seniors are now receiving their payments on time. We are currently modernizing this decades-old system so we can improve the payment of benefits for all seniors in the future. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Madam Speaker, imagine there are retirees who are listening to these answers and who are having problems with their old age pensions. And
Okay, I need to get a Bloc Québécois one. Yeah, the EV, you're right about the EV issue. What happened? I can't even get an explanation. I know that we can hate EVs all you like, and it's in fashion. But I believe in true knowledge, not just gaslighting, which basically every journalist company has been doing to Canadians for a long time. Like, China's the worst place. Oh, you know what I mean? Well, these aren't really true. And so what China's done, they have every province, they have their own governments of the provinces that built up through taxes and incentives and all this stuff, the way like we put money into farmers, exorbitant amount of money to build 2 or 3, at least in every province of China, electric EV companies. We only hear BYD, Build Your Dreams, but there's like over 200, there's actually 300, but 200 large EV companies. And so we believe in the West in the patent system. And everyone was complaining about before. There's these patents that get buried. They buy a patent and then, you know what I mean? You buy a patent and then you bury it and then no one else can do that. That's the West, and that's that's the dark side of it. But the good side of it is someone puts a lot of effort into inventing something like mine, 3855, so on, so on, so on. And instead, someone stealing, I've given it away free. Instead of that effort you've done, and someone can automatically just, that's a great idea, and steal it. In the West, we have a patent system, so that you go and you write a patent and you block anyone else from doing it. And if they've done what you've done in your patent, they have to cease and desist. So that's how we work in the West. China doesn't have that mentality at all. Now they have to a little bit because they trade with the West, but they have a mentality amongst themselves. And in the EV industry, where it's totally new, they basically off each other, and they're in the last 5 years have went from behind. And even you can look up Elon Musk is saying, he's like, the innovation in China is unbelievable. He said it, and then I think there's a bit of backlash after he said it because we can't say the truth in the West. We just gotta lie to each other. So basically, their patent system is non-existent. So they take off each other. You got a good idea, they take it. They got a good idea, take it. So you do that. We have 6, the big 5 companies. Do that with 200 with government money, so they're big companies. You do that with 200 companies. They've innovated at speeds that they won't be able to last, because what's happened is they're overproducing, and because there's 200 companies, one will have a better marketing plan. Just like Beta and VHS. Beta was better, smaller tapes, better quality, all these things, but we never used Beta. We used VHS because it had a better marketing system. So in China, that'll happen as well. So there's 200-300 companies, and eventually it'll whittle down, 50, whatever. But while they're in innovation mode, they've gone so far, and they have a cold climate there as well. So it's not like they're unaware of it. So they have provinces that are cold. So they're focused on that. I know you're right, 100%, sir, about the problem. I bought a camera one time, and it was from the Middle East, and the camera had all kinds of. I know that someone's going to use this against me. People are just. The West is just about tearing people down, and it's actually going to hurt. So, but the camera wouldn't work in the winter. It never worked. It never worked in the winter. I had to warm it up. Literally warm it up. It wouldn't, like, I go in the cold, it would stop working because there wasn't insulated, and that was all it took is insulating the wires. It actually was a very, very easy fix. The insulation is kind of like a glass fiber. There's probably 100 different types now, but that's all it took. Insulating wires. Very, very minor thing. And we here actually in the Niagara region, there's a bunch of companies that are really good at that. So this idea of laughing at China, 10 years ago, if you look at purchasing power, remember there's kind of two citizens in China. They have the people that live in the city and then the people that live in the country. And some have passports and some don't. It's kind of not nice. But what is the fact of it is that the people that live in the city, which, billions, their purchasing power 10 years ago surpassed an American working middle class purchasing power because you buy a bubble tea in Canada costs $2-3. There it costs 13 cents. So their wages are less and all this and that, but they could buy more products because of the price of things there. So 10 years ago, they surpassed America, not Canada. It was probably about 15 years ago they passed Canadians, maybe not. But I know in America they surpassed in purchasing power. So their middle class is growing exponentially, very, very fast. And all we get in our media is like China this, China's bad. Oh, let's laugh at them. No, this is a serious thing. And now, 10 years to today, the amount that they're producing compared to is huge. What we've relied on is elite money, and I think there's a belief in the West here that money is all we need. Well, we just pay someone to do it, and they'll do it. Well, that mentality was destroyed with Russia. I remember the beginning of the Russian war. All of the sanctions were put on, and very smug were the Europeans. Oh, we'll sanction them, and us, Canada and the States, is always sanction Russia, and I as well. And they were like, oh, the West. And what happened was they did these sanctions. So McDonald's left. All the big Sony, IBM, Dell, all these great, big, beautiful American companies had to leave. Well, they left, but they left the infrastructure. And Putin, I don't know if they compensated the companies. Probably not. It's probably, part of the problem. But they just absorbed it. So now they have something. It's like, I can't remember the name, but it's like their version of McDonald's. Now all the McDonald's are now this like Russian type of McDonald's. All the big companies they just gave it to his cronies. And Russia produces, in war, 777 artillery shells are the number one of everything. And Russia produces more than we do in the West. And that's including the States, Canada, and all of the European Union. They produce more. And they started behind, and they ramped it up. And their economy is doing decent. They're backstopped by sales to China and stuff. And so we were very smug that we're going to take away all their money and all these big companies and we're going to sanction them. And Russia's actually, it's doing okay. Now they're starting to say it's starting to crumble, but they were saying that years ago. And from what I can see, it's not happening. So this idea, it's about producing goods, not about the money in the bank, I believe. Like I looked at homes in Russia. I know I'm on a long rant. But you can buy a home for $10,000 in Russia. So it's like commonplace. Everyone has a docha in Russia. A cottage. Can you afford a cottage in Canada? So when you look at it, it's like, yeah, okay, we have more billionaires. Okay, great. But they have more working class people that are happy and breeding and, happy with their lot in life, right? An average person doesn't need to be a billionaire to be happy. They just need the basics. Hey, and a cottage isn't a basic. That's a perk, and it's easy there. So I must say, we must warn and be real about where we are in the West, and we're managing the decline where they're not. They're managing an incline. Russia was closely tied to the West, selling us their oil and all this stuff, and India just cut off their oil. But China's absorbed that from Russia. So they're you know what I mean. They're just changing the way they're focused. And remember, before under the USSR, it wasn't. So I want to say a concern of warning about thinking money is the way when it's really what you can produce. Like, okay, I could have $1 million in the bank, but I'll tell you, I think if I had the choice, personally, and I'm not trying to puff myself up, but it sounds like, maybe I am. I would rather that. Like, we'll say 100,000. If I had $100,000 in them, because $1 million, I could, but $100,000 in the bank or zero, 0855. 3/855/02045. If I had the choice of the money or that producing plan, and I'm not saying it's good for everyone, but for me, my anxiety, my being able to being canceled and all these things, I accredit to that number. And now I I look at numbers, I'm learning more about math, and it's expanded my mind. So if you gave me the choice of $100,000 or that simple line production I created out of thin air or whatever you meditating, I would rather that. I like in a heartbeat. $1 million, I'd probably have to think, but I could have the $1 million in anxiety and not be very happy. You know what I mean? So my point is that we here need to wake up to the fact that we're not really on top anymore. I think it's pretty close to 50-50, which it really shouldn't be, right? We're managing a decline where they're managing an exponential growth. Now, under Trump, this is why I like Trump. Trump has been managing a little bit of a reversal and stopping it. Remember, Iran having troubles with their money right now is that's a big, if you look at the chessboard, that's a knight off the table. They're off the table no matter what, because the monetary value and the rioting that's going on there. If it goes all the way, it's Venezuela, another night that was very, very close. The largest oil production, and they were bringing in Hamas leaders to speak on their national television, very close to America, like unbelievable. And they obviously were sending their gang members. Trump says all this and that, but they were sending their gang members here to help destroy our towns and stuff like that. And so another I guess we'll call it a bishop, is off the board. Is Cuba on the way? Because Cuba isn't a money powerhouse, but they're an education powerhouse. Remember, they have free university, so they have a lot of doctors and a lot of very good soldiers. Like this, everyone knows who knows about military. The Cubans are good soldiers. They're very, very good. So they were the ones that were protecting the president Maduro. So when this hating on Trump and stuff like that is he's really seeing the world where it is. And the culture wars is what's happening, I believe, in America that's distracting too many folks, when I wish our media would be saying the truth about how it really is in Russia and how it really is in China for the working class, not for the elite, for the wealthy already. If you had $1 million or a home that's huge and you're fighting to save it, I really don't care. I personally could give a flying about their struggles. Sell your home, buy a smaller one, right? But that's all we hear in the West is the troubles of the elites. It's like, okay, that's how we won the first time, because as Kotkins has said, is in the movies, the silver screen, the Russians have these little tiny apartments, these Soviet style homes, and they were looking at these scenes of, I'm not the particular one movie, but they were going from room to room. And he said when he went to Russia, he's a educated person, he went there under the Soviet. He said all the people said, do people really live in those huge homes? And he's like, yeah. And it wasn't that big of a home, right? For America, it was a good sized, beautiful home because it's Hollywood, right? And they couldn't believe the size of it. Well, that's been kind of wiped away because we're the ones who can't afford a home, right? We can get some millionaires who have more, and the other people have. All they have to do is show the amount of people living on the streets, and anything for their propaganda is done. They have, you know what I mean? They can calm their people when they say, well, look, yeah, they do have, they're building big houses, but this, do you have that problem? Does anyone in China or Russia have that problem? No. And remember, China not having too many houses is not a complaint too much to middle class people, right? Unless they're only buying it for investment, compared to in California, that 40% of like the people of the homeless people are living on in California. You know what I mean? It's just, to me. Do you think Trump is going? No. Do you think Trump is going to go into Cuba? No. I don't think Trump needs to go into Cuba. I think that what's happening right now, actually I know what's happening, American Cubans are going and helping speed up the process. Their leader's 86 years old or something like that. Their regime was being propped up. I'm sorry. They were being propped up by Venezuelan oil and Chinese thing. Well, those two have been. They're no longer. The people in the regime of Venezuela are scared to do anything against America right now. It's a partnership. They're holding hands, and they don't want to let go. So that's over. Cuba, what they did is they sent their doctors and all these other things, and then they got oil for free. Well, that's over. Now, they're not paying them from the past dues. So what basically is they're doing is the same thing they're kind of with Iran. They're just taking away their opportunity to make money through hating America and so on and so forth. So they're most likely that. And there's Americans that are helping it, because remember, a lot of the Americans that live in Florida fled for political reasons. Like they did something like selling, opening a store and doing free, you know what I mean? And they were persecuted by their government and they left. Sometimes they were doing bad things against the government, but a lot of the people were just trying to make a little extra. Like, you know what I mean? Sell something they made. So there was a lot of problems like that. And those people of the Cubans, Marco Rubio is one, are leaning hard on it. At the same time, all of the money that they were getting from Venezuela and China and Russia can't help them anymore. Right, is done. Cease and desist. So there will be no Bay of Pigs. There will be no anything but outside influence about their thing. So that's what I think about that. Venezuela is already. They're going to start having Venezuelan American flags waving to each other in about a year's time, as the growth and oil companies come. ExxonMobil. I think ExxonMobil didn't want to go back because they were burnt pretty hard. Their assets were taken out of Venezuela when the government came in. They just took their assets, didn't even pay them for it. And so Chevron is leading the way, I believe. There's a lot of oil companies, but Chevron I've heard a lot about is leading the way in the Venezuela. And I like Chevron as an oil company because the symbol. I'm simple. No, there's no way they're going to go into Cuba. They're not going to make that mistake. Cubans are not people. Their soldiers are good. They're very, very good. They were the ones, like I said, they were the ones protecting President Maduro. Shell as well. Shell. Dutch Shell. Yeah. There was 20 companies, and I know Chevron. They're having a problem. They're taking a lot of the oil, Chevron, into their refineries, and they're like. They're not complaining, right? But they're like sending out a warning. They're like, we're at capacity. We have to change other refineries to take more Venezuelan oil because we can't take anymore. And it's starting to ramp up, right? So, like I said, that's a warning to Canadian oil production that they're already, in 2 months, one of the largest oil companies is already at They need to use their mind to find out how they can produce more oil that's coming from Venezuela, and it's very similar to the thick 6 oil bunker 6 whatever heavy bitumen that's coming out of the north in Venezuela. Very similar. So that's something that we should be aware of. That our oil may not be able to snake all the way through the states. We've already had problems with our pipelines to go in. Like remember Gretchen. with the Michigan pipeline and stuff like that. It goes a long way from Alberta all the way to the bottom of America. Louisiana is where a lot of these refineries are. There's another ones in the middle of the country. The Koch brothers or whatever own a lot as well. Tennessee, I believe, whatever, what have you. So we're going to need to do something with the oil we're just producing now, most likely in a few years, maybe even quicker. It depends on how fast the security situation and the comfort of oil companies are with Venezuela. And that has to do with the people. If the people of Venezuela are, like I said, hand in hand with America, we start seeing American flags. We start seeing American soldiers in Venezuela. I know I'm talking, whatever. Yeah, I care about Canada too. Yeah, Canada first, right? Canada, I believe in. I think that Trump is leading the way in new line of thinking, and it's every country should be starting. We should have already, after the pandemic, we should have realized we had trouble getting. We remember, those masks. Those masks that were created were invented by a Canadian, and we couldn't even get them. We couldn't even get them here. We created them. We created the manufacturing process, and they were blocked. All the countries that were producing them now, of course, right? They moved offshore, and we couldn't even get them in this country. So, medicines. Trump has another thing that doesn't matter to us. Hello, everybody. I know I'm silly. I don't know anything, but I do put 7 days a week into following what's going on in global trends. I believe Canada, global trends are more important to us than any other country in the world as being an exporter. And I think our politicians, not our businesses as much, because they follow business follows the path of less resistance. So I don't expect them to see the future all the time. Some companies that are great will, but a company just that, hey, we can sell to the States, it's easy. Whereas a politician should be sending out the things, hey, well, maybe we shouldn't put 76% of our sales to one country when we have free trade deals. Canada has the most free trade deals than any other country in the world. And we're focused on two countries, China and think, well, why? We should have a desk for every country we have a free trade with. And if you're a company that makes any type of widget or food, should be able to call up these desks, every single desk, these 20 desks. Hey, Google, how many free trade agreements does Canada have? We should have all of these desks. So they call each one. 15 free trade deals. 76% of our stuff goes to the States. Another 7% goes to China. So there's 20% to the other to the other 14 countries. So what that means is these free trade agreements have been used for our wealthy or businesses that invest in Canada, wealthy, to import to sell to us. That's what they are. Not when we're primarily an exporting country. Why aren't we exporting to them? Because the idea is really, or what's happening is just we're importing. We're importing their avocados, their this and that. And sometimes, it'll be the case. But I believe that it needs to go the other way. And that a government is where a government helps. Governments build roads because it's better to have them central to do it. And this is the same idea. Exporting is easier than having every small company figure out how to sell to a Chile and how to market to them and so on and so forth. So I know I'm talking, but hey, I'm a talker. For your information, Jamal Javanji, conservative, is currently in Washington to solve the free trade deal. MP Jamal Javanji had just lost a bunch of workers in his area, and he's gone to the States to meet with his friend, Vice President J.D. Vance. They met. I'm pretty sure it's there. And Trump said, I love you, Canada. I think that as with that beautiful chart he had, he calls the beautiful chart. That beautiful chart. I like the color coordination he had. That chart he had, it was harsh at first, and it was enough. What it was to do was to get us to like, listen, this is way it's going, and then he tones it down, and that's kind of what Trump has always done. He says something that's like, and then he brings it down to rational levels, and that's, I think, where we're at, and Canada has done fair trade with the States. We take and give a little bit more than what's been happening in Mexico. Mexico was just pillaging factories, right? So they have a little bit more work to worry about. And he's been nicer talking to the Mexicans about the Mexican situation than with Canada, because that's, I think, his rhetoric. Because they want to. I think it's because he believes Canadian negotiators will be tougher. So he's being tougher on us, to help soften for his negotiations. I have a belief, and I have no way of knowing this. No one knows the mind of the President Trump, what is Trump, that it'll come out in the end. It'll be decent. And it's just the media trying to get things exciting. Like, if anyone looks at the weather today and what it was 20 years ago, the weather today is like sensationalism. Oh, the storm's coming, and Armageddon and cyclones and all this stuff. It's just like every piece of media is expanded exactly what's happening, and a lot of people are following suit. Whereas in the end, I don't believe. I think that it's going to. We're going to be happily surprised, and they won't. And this is the thing that ticks me off, is they won't do a mea culpa and say, yeah, we maybe overblew, we expanded the issue, because they're just trying to get people to watch or whatever. They're trying to get people excited. I don't know about that. Well, the free trade with India. Okay, Justin Trudeau listen, you can't have a country come in, and I don't know if it's true, you can't have a country use their intelligence to assassinate a Canadian. There's no point in a country that doesn't. Okay, you say, what is a country? Right? What defines a country? A country is a government for a country is what defends their people. If you don't defend your borders and your people, you don't have a country. You aren't a country. If you just let other countries do this and not say, but he had to. I think, it wasn't 100%. Was it perfect? No, it was Trudeau. But he had to do something. He had to. You can't have. Listen. Remember that the Ray, WHRAY, the director came here and said, listen, they were hiring assassins, these biker gangs. They were trying to hire biker gangs, and they were trying to assassinate Canadian citizens through the. You can't have that. And it's not, and I don't think it was Modi and all of them. It was an intelligence desk that has a lot more money than they ever had, and they were flexing their muscles, and they flexed too hard. I believe they overstepped. Something had to be said. I think, like I said, it was botched. But you can't have that. You can't, if Trudeau had to defend the Canadian citizens, or else what are you doing as a president? I don't care if the guy was abhorrent or anything. You have to do that. This is like common sense. But hating Trudeau is easy, right? I think, like I said, the free trade. But that's all we're all about is free trade. And listen, if free trade is good, if we have a product we want to sell to India, India has and this is another part. India is a very protectionist country, and good for them. Good for them. And the reason they're very protectionist is they're trying, from past experience, no doubt, they're trying to build up their own middle class, their own people, as China is doing. China has a very protectionist. You can't sell your widgets to China. They'll find a reason. They'll say, "Oh, well, there's a bug in there," or "There's a," you know what I mean? They'll do these. "Oh, look, we found a hair. We can't buy any of your pizza," right? All this silly stuff. And so they're trying to build up their country, so we can't just, So I'm not shaming or blaming India, but they have a large amount of protectionists that they do, and they protect their farmers as well. There's a lot of farming protectionism in India. So having a free trade deal with India without breaking some of these things. And we couldn't. We're just a little, India now is richer than us. They have more money. They have more power than us internationally. We're living on a name, right? Canada, right? When it comes to the money and when you look at the real numbers, it's like, and so we couldn't break those trade barriers, that like barriers to get into their market. Trump can. And Trump looks like he's the one who's opened the door, and we may be able to get in a little bit of crack. And that's, I think, what Carney, he's following in the slipstream, like an Amora fish. He's following in the slipstream of Trump, letting us into these certain markets, China and India, with these very hard protectionists. And most likely, with the closer ties, India, Modi. I like Modi. I think he's pretty good. He's really good with the news and his like getting people. He's good. And listen, India is the largest democracy in the world. How it holds together is through peace and love. I don't know how they can do. So any president, especially one that's been there that long, you have to give him respect. You have to. It is the hardest country, I believe, the hardest country in the world to keep a democracy. Only half the people speak Hindu. They have huge populations of different religions. They have like 200 language spoken. There's a lot of language. 36, I believe, is commonly spoken. So this is like in millions, or up to billion. So respect. So they're about to. They said they're not going to buy any more Russian oil, but it's all going to go to China. China can take all of everything all the production of Russia, their oil, and Canada may be able to get in that slipstream there and sell our oil that from the Venezuelan, that Venezuela and Canadian oil may be able to take over the Russian. And I hope that works, because India, especially, you looked at, and there's a lot of Indians in Canada. It's like, it's the highest non-European population, I believe. I may be wrong, but I'm pretty sure, So we have natural ties. There's natural ties, right? So I believe, Trudeau had to do something. I disagree. Indian are not richer than us. Otherwise, well, they have many, many people. And they have a caste system, which I won't discuss. But they have a caste system, and there's certain people. It's hard to get out of your caste. Okay. So there's a lot of that to go on, but hey Google, what's the GDP of Canada versus India? Here, GDP, gross domestic product. Canada's GDP is $2.24 trillion. While India's GDP is 3.9. 2.2 to 3.9 trillion GDP. Done. Do all of them share it equally? No, they have a bottom we don't have. They have a couple rungs lower. But their GDPs, when you look at that, is almost double our gross domestic product. And that means the government, the federal government, their federal government has twice as much money than we do. And that's not, like, these are facts. You don't see that on the media. No, you don't need to. You're right. You got a point. So they have, like I said, they have a caste system that are not getting, the trickle down isn't happening to them. But their upper people have more money than us, and there's a lot of people that aren't in it. GDP per capita, because they have people living. Remember, it's an ancient culture, so they have people living very happily in the ancient ways, right? So, and they protect those people living in the ancient ways from farming, and they have a really good farming sector. So they're that way. But their cities, if you just look at their cities, they're more powerful, more money than ours. And I know that it may be, I'm not pro anything. I'm pro truth. And their intelligence agencies has more than ours, has more money than ours. Fact, If we had Western Pipeline to the West Coast, we could have closed that oil deal with Japan as well. Yeah. I think you're conservative. I'm sorry. Oil is on the way out. 30 years of oil we have. 30 years, okay? Now, if it takes 10 years to build a pipeline, that's 20 years of money. That's, you know what I mean? That's nothing. That's not nothing, okay? But all I hear, and it irks me a little bit to hear conservative, all they think is oil. When AI, we need to triple our AI. And the best, we know this. It's ITER. It's fusion. It's a new nuclear. Instead of breaking things apart, we join these two light chemicals together. And this is the way I see it is. And this is how, example, how many people show up to a divorce signing, right? Divorce ceremony, if there is such a thing. Well, 2. How many people show up to a wedding, right? That's the difference in power. It's visually. It's to give you visually the difference. Once this tokamak reactors come online, which is most likely 30 to 50 years, 30 years in France will have one. In China, it actually, they've lowered it to 20 years, they think. They believe because AI is helping exponentially with their calculations. So in 20 years' time, France and China will have these tokamak reactors that will produce enough power from one plant or 2 plants. And it's very, very complicated. So that's the future. And we need more power to power the new race that we're building called AI, which will be robots, right? And so the only thing that can compete with ITER, so when you look at ITER, which is the tokamak reactors, the only thing that can compete with that is hydro. And hydro, because it's cheap, it relies on rain. Inputs and outputs. So when you look at a nuclear reactor, you have to mine it, right? So there's input costs. You got to mine, you got to pay for that. I'm not against nuclear, I'm just saying. And that's 30, 40 years. So the input costs of uranium and the output costs of getting rid of the spent uranium and all that. What it lasts, a billion years or something like that. So there's input costs and output costs. Oil, input costs and output costs if you want to build your natural gas plants. Hydro, input costs is rain, very, very zero. It doesn't cost much because you have to build the dams and stuff. And output cost is exhausting, and it doesn't damage the water when it goes through these huge high-rise size turbines. They're huge. It doesn't hurt the fish. It doesn't. And they figured out how to weigh. Actually, I think it came from Canada, out of Quebec. They figured out a way to help breeding fish get up there. It isn't like all it is just designing a river with the slow water, and the calculation was done. It actually isn't like you see in California where they had the fish go in a slide. That was the first solution. Now the new solution, the answer, is this new. So I'm okay with oil because there's 30 years of it, 20, 30 years. 30 years, maybe, and it'll probably go on much longer. There'll be a profit much longer than 30 years. We'll be able to sell it to developing countries and places that are isolated. Oil is still per square cube, whatever, is very powerful, and you can, anywhere, right? All you got to do is fill gas. But hydro is the only thing that'll compete with the new power. And we need, the states needs to double. We need to triple our power. So I believe in hydro. We can do hydropower now. And the tokamak reactor, we should be involved. Canada's not really, to my knowledge, involved in that. We need to be involved in that, I believe. But hydropower will get us there. That's it. Unless there's a new power source, which, I don't think there is. Remember, tokamak reactor, this fusion reactors, it's over 120. The theory came over 100 years ago. The theory of it. So they knew it would what it would do and what it produced. We just couldn't do it. And 80 years is like this guy won all these things. So my opinion is that's what I wanted. Brookfield, I was hoping, because they do dams. That's what I believe. Like oil is okay if there's investment, great. But that's just a stopgap. What's not true? Not true, brothers and sisters. I have used to work in AOG. I'm not saying oil is going to be gone. I'm not. You miscorrect me. I'm not saying oil is just going to dry up, as they were saying in the 90s. Remember, that was the big scare. Oil is there's going to be gone, and we found all kinds of oil. There's going to be lots of oil. I'm just going to say, I'm saying that who buys gas-powered flashlight? No one. It's going to be obsolete as a useful power source. We're not going to use it because we won't need it. We'll have plug-in power. And remember, as Tesla created, and I don't want to argue with you about it. I don't want to get you upset. But as we're already doing it, right? Your cell phone chargers. You put your cell phone charger on top of something. You don't even plug it in anymore. The new powers, it's all going to be power. Everything's power. And power, you sign your monthly contract with a power company, and all your stuff in your home, in your area, is going to be powered. It's all about power. It's not even, we don't even have to plug it in. It's actually there now, but the cost of changing it and the people who do the transmission lines will basically kill you for doing that. You want to invent it? We'll kill you. Of course, I'm kidding. But that's where the future is. It's not pouring gas and having our lights work on. No, I mean, I'm saying it's an obsolete technology. It will no longer be required. Like coal. Coal, kind of is right now required. Coal, no, like wood. We used to heat our homes. Europe used to be, they said, like you see old pictures of Europe, like the cities, when they were, like the first pictures, when they showed cityscapes, it was awful. It looked like hell, the clouds, because the amount of wood burning smoke and other things, and peat and all these other, God knows what, poop, all these things, everything people were putting in, if you don't got wood and you're living in London, it looked awful. It's obsolete, but trees aren't. We have lots of trees. We didn't, well, England did, but a lot of places didn't run out of trees. We didn't run out of peat. Ireland didn't run out of peat. We just found a new source. That's my point. We have lots of oil, and I think the developing nations will continue to buy it. I'm just saying. Putting government money into something that's probably 30 years. So I'm not against, everyone always says, because I say something about this, I'm against us. Because I say something about how it is for the middle class, their purchasing power, thinks I'm pro-China. Like, no, I'm just believe in saying truth and what I see it as. And I'm an idiot. Of course, I don't know much. I'm just, so I don't want to argue with you on it, but I really enjoy your nuclear could definitely be a better option. The small nuclear reactors are a stopgap. They're just a stopgap. We learned what nuclear is, and if this world does, it's right now under Trump, it's getting better. But we know Chernobyl, 3 Mile Island on New York, nuclear is not the answer. It's a stopgap because they have these new light commercial ones, but fusion has apparently. They're saying fusion, apparently if it blows, it's a bad one. It's bad. It's bad. But under normal, proper, good working conditions, fusion apparently doesn't, there's nothing. There's nothing that comes out of it as pollution. That's why fusion is going to be, the tokamak reactor is going, ITER, I-T-E-R, journey. It's a Latin word. That I recommend you Google that, and they got all the information. Beautiful. There's no see the inputs, and I guess it's the inputs are cheap. It's like I can't remember hey Google, what do fusion reactors use as fuel? ITER. Sorry. Diffusion, specifically gaseous diffusion, is a uranium enrichment process. Hey Google. Thank you. No, anyway, it doesn't say. It's like it's a common industrial gas. It's like cheap, very, very cheap. Like I mean cheap, like anyone, any middle class person can buy enough to power their own city. It's very, very cheap, apparently, and that's what it is. So the inputs are cheap, and the outputs, it doesn't have anything. There's no cost because it's not it's non-polluting. Heat is one of the major byproducts, which is okay if you live in a cold climate, right? You have a heating system, a heating plant. You can put a greenhouse beside it. That's what I believe. But we need it. I also heard they have been talks about power plants that can be powered by harvesting ocean currents. Yeah. The ocean currents one is these large wave ones, and Britain has the number one. You're right, 100%. Britain has the number one company, I'll say, or investment into that. It's not because of any reason except they're putting a lot of money into it. And they're like these large flat ramps. And they just... That's it. They're very simple. Whereas windmills kill birds. The problem with this is plants grow on it. You're going to have to scuba divers, or it'll be robots, of course. But scuba divers clean them up and make sure they're clean. So, and it doesn't harm any in the environment. So, yeah. I'm not against windmills. Premier Houston has a plan off Sable Island or whatever, which is Sable Island is probably the windiest places in Canada. No, but it's windy. They said they could power a large portion of Canada with the windmill project that could be planned there. So, respect. I know a lot of people are against windmills, but I'm not. 2 isotopes of hydrogen. Okay, Megam Zero. On the subject of pro-truth, I wrote a book in philosophical politics. I know you love Plato and Aristotle. You do. You know me a little bit. I love Plato. Plato, he smashed me in the face with, it's like a love of politics. The body politic, the one thing that hit me so hard. Emporium was great. It's about on love, and it to me, it's like it. I like it. Like, I'm not an emotional person, but I love politics so much, and it was like, I am such an idiot. I learned Emporium. Read it. But the one that really got me was that the politics is a human. Think of the politics as like a human, as a person, as a soul, as a whole thing, and when you have someone overly angry. Like I believe I was, and I contributed to, and I kind of feel bad. And you have homeless people, a country as that. Now you do need the anger side. You do need you can't get rid of 100% the negative side of politics. This is a part of life and soul, right? Nothing is perfect, right? Cold is good, and da. But it has to be seen as a whole organism, and that to me. Like 3 days I walked around and it 3 days of thinking. Oh. I don't know what happened. Huh.
Liberals went from 30 days, 10 days ago, to 85,000 yesterday. And that's the worst cost overrun with the CUREM software. It's the human cost, actually. And the worst is that even yesterday, with 85,000 victims of this software, the Liberals were still treating this issue as if it was just a series of isolated incidents. When 85,000 people fall through the cracks of the system, there is a major problem, Madam Speaker. When will the Liberals fix this?
Secretary.
Madam Speaker, this is a major update of a decades-old system. The Minister's Cabinet contacted Bloc's members to obtain the names of seniors who were in urgent need of assistance in solving this problem, and we still haven't received a reply from the member with respect to the names of these constituents. And the department will continue to work to deal with these cases while pursuing the modernization of the system to guarantee that
Okay, I'm not sure what happened. I somehow got a... Okay, now we're excellent. Something happened. I had to I wish I had a commercial internet. But it was back. Okay, so I really am the deuterium and tritium. Okay, sorry, I was reading this Megan Zero, and thank you for bringing that. Can you tell me Megan Zero, number 2? Can you put your book name in there, please? Please. Hey Google, what is the fuel for fusion? No, the fuel for fusion is not that. Is from ITER. No. That's not it. That's not it. Hey, Google, turn off. You're right. That's what's being used. But ITER, which is the tokamak reactor.
The tokamak is a machine that uses powerful magnetic fields to confine plasma in a donut shape. Scientists believe it's the leading concept for future fusion power.
Sorry here.
A Russian acronym that means toroidal chamber with magnetic coils.
Okay. Oh, no, you're right. Darn it. Oh, deuterium is... Oh, okay, sorry, you're right. I apologize. Demodemic. Oh, okay. Sorry, thank you. I'll Google it. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate you as a human. And more so for that book. I'm going to Google it and buy it if I can. I'm reading this one on Lucius. Here's a book. Okay, I know I'm digressing, but you're right. Who said deuterium? Moral Letters to Lucius Seneca. This book, and then I found out the guy was like cheating on his best friend's wife. Ooh, I see. I got a little bit of chub there. I work out 3 times a day. I don't know why the fast's not going, but he wrote Moral Letters to Lucius, and he was like, I have to parse that out. So I stopped reading it a bit. It's a great book. It honestly is great. But it's kind of was like thing. Okay, so yes. I'm going to look up that thing. Thank you, Demodic. Demodemic. Yeah, my page was it was doing that. I don't know. I got hit with something. It happens. It usually happens when I'm talking about something I shouldn't, I think. That's my assumption. So yes. 50% 50-50 gaseous mixture of hydrogen isotopes, deuterium, D, and tritium as its fuel. This mixture is chosen for its high energy potential and ability to react at lower temperatures compared with other combinations. And there's a couple others. That's why I'm thinking. The fuel is heated, blah, blah, blah. Fuel source deuterium is abundant, extracted from seawater, while tritium is rare with limited global supply. Tritium breeding, because tritium is scarce. ITER will test breeding it with the machine using lithium blankets surrounding the reactor, where neurons and this and that. 1% of the fuel is burnt per pass. The remaining 99%, along with helium ash, is exhausted, separated, and recycled at an on-site tritium plant, so it gets to be reused. Helium-4 atom and its high-energy neutron. Plasma heating, so... And they're finding out in this. Remember, this is like in the beginning of it. They're just figuring out how to do it, contain it. I think it's 2 minutes they have. They have it running for 2 minutes straight before it collapsed. So, I stand a little bit corrected. I stand a little bit. That the tritium is expensive and it's difficult, where the other part is seawater. And I guarantee in the next 20 years, they're going to figure out the fuel source problem that they have. I don't think I know. 9% of water contains 1 to 2% tritium and 0.3% containing a tritium. Deuterium. Deuterium. And 0.3% containing a tritium. They say there's only 20 kilograms on Earth of tritium. And there's a recycling process that can be done. That I believe in the next 20 years, especially with AI, we're going to figure that out. And remember, that's only the fuel source we're using now. They're gonna. I believe. I have a huge belief. Well, just like the movie The Saint, it's coming. With the tokamak reactor is not a new thought. Like I said, 80 years ago, the guy started winning the math awards and stuff like that. 80 years ago, I think it's 88 now. Google will not find my book Oh yeah, I know. I have my book here, and this is The Power of Art. I wrote the book. The first this 10 random chapters. And I thought it was so unique. I was like, oh, it's such a great title. It's like no one has it. And then I realized I watched Bill Maher, and he just started his channel on and I enjoy his political commentary. I think he's more balanced than any other Democrat side. He's old school liberal, and he has the show is called Club Random, and I'm like, oh, I didn't even realize it seeped in, and I didn't even realize that I took. So I when I republished it, it's called Molten Iron Day. Molten Iron Day. How to have a molten iron day. So I like the power of art. I didn't even realize I was copying the word. I know random is that, but he's one of the biggest people I watch. So it was definitely from him. It didn't come out of my head. His art seeped into what I was doing, which is just natural osmosis. But yeah, I had my book, and after I was canceled 2 years ago now, obviously I'm back. But 2 years when I was canceled, they you have to pay. I was my books were searchable, but after I got canceled, I wasn't paying my memberships with Prime. It was like, hey, you got to cut things back, and then it became unsearchable. And now the book, I had 3 books actually. So what I'm doing is this weekend I'm going to show you the newest story. My stories, I'm going to do graphic novelies in my thing. So this weekend. Look for. I'm going to give a new story, Mutatarif. The Mutatarif, and it's an Arabic word. So, I have the prelude, whatever, already up, but I'm going to reproduce it all. So yeah, this is all I have all these stories in my head. I figured I have to share them if I can't make money off of them. In any shape, way, or form, I might as well give them for prosperity and for people's enjoyment. I have probably about 100 stories right now, written like a page. Just I give a page so I can recall the whole story. But I have I've been going to bed my whole life and making up stories in my head to go to sleep. I have a high anxiety, and so I would make up a story to help myself go to sleep. Sometimes it would be like I hear the birds. I'm like, oh, damn it. That was a good story. And I never wrote any of them down. I just used it for my own life. And so now I'm writing them down. And I have lots. It's just I got to do it. But it's hard when you're not making money. I'm just doing it as a hobby. So I know I'm talking a lot about me. I shouldn't. I really want to look at your book. So I understand it's hard to write a story and to get it published. Look at Harry Potter. Because of what she, except that uranium fission reactor produced tritium as byproducts. Oh, really? I'm not sure what happens here. It keeps cutting out. No data. I don't know what's happening. So I apologize. So I just expanded it for you. This link was both a paperback and an e. Oh, you can't put a link on my channel or any channel unless you're verified. Ma'am, Megam 0. Ma'am. I'm assuming or sir or ma'am. I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. So I don't see it. If you do put it, you have to put spaces in between so I can get it. But I can find it. I'll find it. That's good. So 20 kilograms of tritium in the world. I believe. I have a hope that the science will find the new sources. Ebook is missing from the. Oh, really? I gave it the ebook was easier for mine to get. A few people bought it, and I know of some folks who not famous or anything, but I know that the same as random chapters got in the words because my book is a bit about how to get I was stopping drinking and trying to find a better path. When I started, I shouldn't fold this. This is like the last. And so I put poetry, ceremony, and how to live a better, clearer, clean life, and then emphasized it with poetry and a story. And the story is about AI, and I think the story was good. There was nothing sinister in it, but one person thought things were horrible hidden. I'm like, no. It's just, it is what it is. It's exactly how I mean it. There's no hidden meaning behind it, except be wary of AI. That's kind of the only thing, you know what I mean? Be wary. And the main character of it isn't a bad person, but he creates something that creates major weight. Anyway, the link is both paperback and ebook. Yeah. D-mode mic. Oh, D-mode mic. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm going to Google it right now. D-mode my mic. Shut me down, most likely. Mange. Oh, is that what it is? Okay. Codex 2. Sequoia Philodemy. 315 pages. Raphael Barbe. Oh, so Raphael is that the book? Ancient decay, depth that enslaves. Kindle edition I have. If that's it, yeah. The mode Mike Sequoia Philodemy. Philo is amazing Greek concept. For the other people that are here, it's an amazing Greek concept, and it's basically I boil it is the aspects of love. Like you think of a sun rays, and it's beyond just the one that we think of, or the two. Applies. Is that the book? I know there's like a 20-second delay. Oh, I got it. Oh yeah, that's you, Raphael. I love Italian names, or I don't know if it's Italian Raphael, but it's just Spanish and Italian, the Latin, like French, not so much. French feels sophisticated, but Spanish and Italian, it feels like dinner. Every time I speak, it feels like I'm at a dinner party. Raphael, if you say it like that way. Yeah, it sounds interesting. It sounds a bit scary, to be honest. A little bit scary. Truth can be scary. And dangerous to the person giving it. That's what I believe is the fact. As soon as I came up with, like, I haven't meditated and whatever, and I was looking for a way. And the 3-8-55-0-20-45. I knew it was something because there was an immediate backlash on my channel and on whatever through people. Immediate and strong. And I'm like, not spiritually, like, only. But that's when I was like, I didn't know I had anything until it was like someone else was like, that is awful, and like really upset about it. I'm like, I put it on someone's channel and they were like very, very upset. I'm like, why would you be upset about it? And that's when I realized, oh, it is something. And people don't get upset with nothings. And it was. And I believe it is. It's unbelievable. The 3 times I pray at the same time, it's awesome. So I figured, and then I looked into other, when I seen that aspect, I looked at other people who, like I said, it's not a big deal, the 3-8, 55. It's not world-shattering. But so I looked at other people who found little nuggets of truth, and every single one, or 90, 80, 60%, all said the same kind of, have said the same things as, that there's immediate and strong backlash when they came up with the truth. I'm trying to think of the astronomer who found Jupiter. Hey, Google, who's the astronomer who found Jupiter? Hey, Google, who's the astronomer who found Jupiter?
Jupiter has been known since ancient times because it's so bright in the night sky. However, the first detailed telescopic observations were made by
Galileo. Hey, Google, thank you. Yeah, Galileo. He found some truths and an immediate and powerful backlash. It's dangerous. And I don't mean it to be, overblow it. But I am a touch dramatic. I definitely will look at the book. I can't afford it. I will. I'm going to I'm going to save it for me. Thank you. He went to trial, right? And why is the name not coming up? Not Plato. Socrates. Like Socrates. What happened to Socrates when he found truth? Trial. What happened to Galileo? Trial. And this is what happens when you give truth. NVB was wrong. William Herschel. Who's that? Oh, it's the French Raphael. Oh, so you're sophisticated. I don't know how to do it. Raphael. I don't know how to do it. I'm going to have to. Hey, Google, how do you say Raphael with a French accent?
In French, Raphael is generally pronounced
Raphael. Oh, yeah. Sophisticated. Yeah. Raphael. Yeah. It's always the case. I'm right on that one. I don't know who that is. Herschel. The only Herschel I know is the amazing New York Giants. Herschel Walker. Yeah, the sequoia sapling on top of a stump. Well, life is life. What are you going to do? It's something that I wish in grades, I guess when I was when I was young, I wish that book, I read a lot of fiction, which isn't useless, definitely a lot of these people who wrote the books read all about the Aristotle and all these people. They were all educated people, most of them. And so it seeps into their work. But I wish I was reading. Maybe I wouldn't have understood it and wouldn't have reread it. I don't know. But I wish I was reading it a lot earlier. To find out later in life, oh my gosh, these Greek folks about philosophy and this and that, it bleeds into Christianity and all these moral things. I wish I knew that a lot earlier. But hey, what's that saying? When better late than never. Yeah, Galileo, leave it alone. Is it just you and me? Probably. It's just the three of us. Nice, cozy little. I'm chatting. I wish I had the software to bring on anyone to go on to YouTube. I'm hoping this. I keep suggesting it. I'm going to suggest it again today to YouTube or tomorrow this weekend. That I could bring someone on the comments just to click on a little button and give them 35 seconds to speak instead of only through the chat, I think that ability will take YouTube up 1,000%, because I love you. The reason I started to love YouTube myself as a personal level was the interaction that can be going on. Like, I like to discuss it because especially when you're reading or watching stuff about educational ideas and sometimes culture war stuff. I found yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay, I don't know what happened there. It paused for a second. Data was, I keep on getting cut out. But YouTube having that ability, what I was like really cool was that I could do interactions with it. But then I've been finding that there's a lot of, and not necessarily on my channel as much, but on other big channels, there's people that are trying to stoke anger, it seems. And what happens is they pull the attention from the educated part, and people's reactions, emotional reactions, overwhelm the chat instead of the intellectual side of it. And I really hope that they can get these bots out that are or it's just something that I find is detracted from the chat. But though, all saying that, the chat, when it gets intellectual, good conversation, if you get, like, I can't do it. It's hard for me to well, there's not many people on the chat, but when I was there, I tried to course the conversation back to the proper debate, not just the we hate this, like, hey, slings and arrows and stuff like that are fun. It's funny. And so I don't believe in eliminating that, but I would like to have to push the debate into to a good debate, like a good back and forth, to add to the wonderful whatever you're watching. Even if it's a comedy show and this and that ability, it sets YouTube above any other movie or television. To me, that did that. Now, if you can have like a caller, like one of my favorite shows was Rex Murphy. God rest his beautiful soul. Rex Murphy was amazing. If you don't know who he was, a Canadian. Cross country checkup. He did it in such a way he could bring on anybody, and he didn't make, even though sometimes there's silly questions and people are out there, and they obviously, like me, are pontificating on stuff they don't know, and I'm guilty of it. And he made it a way of bringing their argument or their point or their debate, first of all, making the person not feel like they're an idiot, for an opinion that may be half formed. And he did that, like, respect, made it sound respectable, because he also sometimes had like an educated person on it who would attack them. So he would be the interloper in between, and take what the caller in said and decipher it into a way so the expert wouldn't be dismissive of that person's argument. And then he would, he'd talk to the person, is this what you mean? And is that what and then give that to the educated folk, of that subject. And he did it brilliantly. And as we all have half-thought ideas, and that sometimes the half-thought idea stimulates something in the other person into a totally different direction, and it stimulates thought of another, right? It doesn't, fully formed thoughts. And I thought he did it great. The new one, he was new at it. It was okay, but Rex Murphy he was amazing. He's from Newfoundland, and yeah. You guys were talking about some things I know little about, so just staying quiet. Oh, yeah. I don't know much about anything, but I can talk about everything. I spend a lot of time thinking about things I don't really know. This happens when you're in knowing a lot often is not a blessing. Once you know, you can't unsee it Oh yeah, I totally agree. I keep seeing that. I can't unsee this. I can't unsee that. I abhorrently disagree. I believe in change and human body to change, and my ability to change an opinion on someone is immaculate. It's 100%. I can't see that. To me is people who use ad hominem, and I'm not saying you are, but people that use ad hominem attacks. They say, "Oh look, we'll do a picture of this person like that," and see what they're trying to. A lot of times, people try to do is strengthen their type of coursing the debate or whatever, and I believe it's untrue, and it's just where we are in the world right now. Change. If you can't change, well, then you're not human. To staying in what it's called is staying in a rut. Well, a rut is not common life, in my opinion. I believe that rut is only when you're in a rut and you can't unsee things. I can't unsee them, but I don't have to see it every time I see a person. Like Justin Trudeau, while he was in power. This is my example of it. When he was in power, everyone who watched my channel knows I was not kind. I was on any little issue I made fun of him about, and maybe too much. But I felt he was attacking my type of personality, Christian, military, But the day he retired, I unseen all of the negativity about him. I see that he was a great Prime Minister of Canada, like every other Prime Minister of Canada. You can't get there without being a little bit great. And I looked at the qualities he did and forgot the things that really, 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 really annoyed me. He did do some changes in the end, so and realized, like, I look back. And it's like, well, he made cannabis legal. I'm happy about that. I think that's a good thing. I felt I was a criminal because I occasionally smoked cannabis, and he eliminated my, that song from Guar, Criminal Mind. That song I felt was me, but it's the day cannabis became legal was the day that thought left my mind. I unseen myself as being a criminal mind because it's now legal. The only thing, right? I'm not trying to overly argue about it, but that's something I keep seeing. Is people who use ad hominem attack is something that they use. Attack the person, not attack their points. They just attack the like make fun of me. I can't unsee the fact that he has a shitty hair, right? Well, yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. It's called being a human. I don't want to over. I shouldn't. I appreciate your input. Once you know, you can't unsee it and got to live with uncomfortable truth. Yeah, ignorance is not bliss. No, yeah, this is true. Roban Green. This is true. Ignorance isn't bliss. I believe in reality, and 20% of people are evil-driven. I think 15% on both sides. I think, in my belief, I'm along with you. I'm going to finish your. I believe that 15% of the population is not extreme, is harmful, right-leaning individuals. They believe that side, and that's just because of what's happened, and that's the dividers they're not naturally that way. They've been put in that way. There's 15% of the people who think that the pink hairs are bad and everything about them, and they're harmful to them. Not evil people, but they're harmful to that other side. And then the left, there's 15% of those people, of the population, but 15% of the population is harmful to the people who just want to go to church and be things. And that makes up 30% of the population. Are they harmful all the time? And in Canada, it's much more muted. But I believe that that's just the work. So 30% of the population is harmful to each other, and the hard right and the hard left are more alike than anything else. They're just because they look. This one is like very prim proper type. They're very stringent about their clothes. So is the left. The people that wear odd purple hair, they're very concerned about how they look, about their people, and they're very similar. They're not evil. I think that they're in the rut, believing that their way is the only way, and that to me is it's unfortunate, but it's something you can get out of. I believe in the center, and the majority, and then the rest of it, of the 70% is in the center. But there are two sides that get the most, especially with social media, because how it works. I know how it works. I've been doing it for long enough. I know how to do a title that'll really get more clicks than another one, and I stopped doing a lot of it. And so, the androgynous zone, right? And there's so many people with huge, it's a muscle, right? Like any muscle, the more you use it, the bigger it gets. And the 15%, 30%, 15% on each side, get the majority of the push through the algorithm because it works. Those 15% on each side will click every time, and the 30% is controlling the 70% on the algorithm because of their dedication to their androgynous zone, the angry zone, and that's culture war. I believe it's like a wave. It's crested, and it's only crested. And it's on the way down. As you look at how Trump was with the last interview he did with NBC, the NBC interview, both sides, Trump and them, both were more conciliatory to each other. And so that 15% controlling the center, I believe, is it's down. So it's hit its peak, and now it's so. If you're a trend watcher, and if you're try to be a trend setter, it's try to calm the waves, because that's the way it's going. And if you know how a wave goes, it hits. It's probably going to hit, so it's going the down. We're on the dive. Romanticize the dive metric, and then you know how the water looks after the wave hits, and it's that perfectly smooth. We're going to be at that perfectly smooth in a year or so, and it's going to be beautiful, I think. And that when the waters and the right and the left and the center will hold, and I think we're at that. We're to give a visual of my opinion. And if you are a trendsetter, it's time to push the 70% in the middle and forget about the angry right and the angry left, because their arguments, people get tired. They'll go back to it, but you can't. As if you watch anything in pop culture, you can't do the same thing over and over. People will stop watching. They get bored of it. You got to do something different. And right now we're leading towards the right, and the right is getting a little bit too much angry. And I think it's correcting right now. I don't know if the word's correcting, because everyone's opinion matters, in my opinion. I just would like it to be nicer. Wow, I have a lot of opinions, eh? I've learned that the more I study and learn, the more I realize how little I know. And you know what? Oh, sorry. I got to finish what you were saying. 20% are evil-driven, says Raphael. And most of the time, they don't even know it. Yeah, I think that we're being driven by forces that I have been. What's that song by Dead Kennedys? Pull My String? Pull my string. It was so easy to pull my strings with politics and get me heated. Now I don't get heated, but I have a lot of opinions. My emotion is separate from, and this is something I learned later in life. It took me, thank God I survived all the attempts on my, and person, is this learning ability to be able to debate without putting my emotion and my body heart rate and all that. I'm not saying it won't ever, but it's that's a big lesson to me, to be able to debate the stuff. And they all they say this is all the smartest people, Socrates and all these people, all the smartest people say the same thing. The more I know, the more I figure out I don't know, and it's so true. It's the horror of learning. When I was 20, I knew everything, and I knew everything. I was so much more confident and could manifest destiny easier. It was easier to manifest destiny. And then I started learning things and reading real books, not just fiction. Oh, Megan, why'd you erase that? Raphael. And now I learn, it's like, I didn't know, and I am less confident, but I still have an opinion. I believe in sharing my opinion. It's a wonderful thing to learn, but it also is hard on the ego. You know, my ego took a hit the day I read the Oracle, you know, or whatever. Not that book. I have learned that the more I study, the more I learn. Yeah, personal growth brings humility and compassion through understanding. Yeah, says Rob and Rachel Green. It does. It does. And you're like, oh, damn, I don't know. And then I think also Christianity is a big part to believe that there's no such thing as guilt from your past. I don't believe in bringing that forward. If someone apologizes to me, I believe, and that's it. They have to apologize, though. You have to. Like, you did a harm against me. Okay, I'm going to watch you on that specific issue. You know, you threw food at me. I'm going to watch that you're not going to throw food at me. But I believe in ultimate forgiveness in the 100%. And that's Christianity, in my opinion, at least the way I've been taught it. And so that's something that I love it. Love it. Love that about it. Oh, okay. That's okay. The only thing I'm uncertain of is that I know nothing, Socrates. Yeah. Socrates went to the oracle, or someone went to the oracle and said, who's the smartest man? I'm going to mangle the story, but hey. And they said, Socrates is. And then they asked Socrates, well, why are you the smartest man? He's like, I don't know. I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing. What do you mean? You know, and I know nothing. And they were all like perplexed. Everyone's like, what do you mean? The oracle must be lying. Let's go back to the oracle. Why should, you know, the oracle was wrong for once. You know, getting this gaseous crack in the gaseous of Delphi, and you know, learning from the primal gods, right? Whatever. I digress. And so he's the guy who knows nothing. My favorite one was when Alexander comes and Diogenes. Diogenes one was awesome. Diogenes is the guy who lived in a large vessel. Someone cracked it. He lived in it. It was like a large, I don't know, you know, vessel, like for wine or something. And some prick, some jerk broke it on him, and the town decided to get him a new one. You know. Which is nice. But Diogenes was like the guy, he's basically the homeless person who's brilliant. So never, this is what I learned, never underestimate. Someone may be there on their own will and fruition. Diogenes is brilliant. Lots of great things. Hard way to live. I don't think I would want to. But a drop or two of them. And so Alexander the Great comes up to him. Tell me what you want. Well, tell me what you want. Like, basically tries to goad him into, like, saying, oh, he says, I'll give you anything in the world. What do you want? Because he could. And he thought, oh, I'm going to get him. And he says, can you move out of my sunlight? like he was nothing but a gnat, you know? Just get out of my sunlight, man. Like, Alexander must have been, if it was a true story, I must have been like, walked away like, oh, I'm an asshole. Now, and he made me look like it by you know, just get out of my sunlight. So, love it when two opposing people can challenge the other's thinking in a debate without it becoming personal. Ad hominem, yeah. Challenge equals personal growth. I like them. I'm a huge bigger believer in debate and that. But what's happened to a lot of our debate, because hey, it's entertainment. It's not necessarily trying to raise humanity a little bit, but there's a lot of the people who get bored, so they want to see the attacks. So it becomes it's just attacking the person. And that's fun to add that in as a little bit of spice, a little bit. But when that's the meat, I that is over. I believe, I remember I'm at the tip of the spear thinking of that. So it's going to take a while to the majority of culture to get there. But it's over. It's over. The ad hominem back and forth. Oh, I can. Oh, you gotta. Oh, you gotta back out. You know that's just pop culture can't continue to do the same thing unless it loses. And you just look at folk music. Bob Dylan and folk music, right? He was the best. He was the folk person hero. And what did he do? He went up there with electric guitar saying, "Oh, the times are changing." If he would have continued with folk, he would have been forgotten. But he didn't. He went to the electric, and the music guy, like Hurricane's one of my favorite songs, and what an emotion it brings out. It's basically about a person, like how they, what am I going to tell you? You don't need to be explained about that song. You're just going to listen to it and you understand it. And that's, I guess it's a kind of a rock song, but it's a foot in between, and brilliant, Bob Dylan. I didn't watch the movie. I didn't watch it. Imagine I'm a conservative and the four friends I interact the most with are socialist. The good thing is that because of what we. Oh, I don't agree. I think I heard this many times. Don't talk politics in a pub. Why? Talk politics in a pub. Just learn to keep your cool and not punch someone in the face for their wrong opinions. Your opinion of them having a wrong opinion. That's what I think is a lesson needs to be learned. Instead of and I'm not saying, I get what you're saying. If you can't take another person's opinion and take it personally and your heart goes up, well, you need to learn. You need to learn something. And I'm not there. I'm on the path to understanding I need to learn it. If you can't do that, then you're problematic to yourself, not anybody else, but yourself. And I see it all the time. I see it with Trump. They're like, oh, I hate Trump. I'm like, okay, give me the list. Why? And they don't know why. They just start getting mad at me and they want to hurt me. It's like, wait a second here. Give me your reasons. I'll give you my reasons. And I'm not upset that you hate Trump and want to see him hurt. I'm not mad at you for that. I believe your opinion is completely wrong and unchristian and un-Abrahamic. Abraham, any Abraham religion. I don't know the other ones as well. It's just against them. But this is a lesson. The 15% on each side. Remember, the 15% on each side needs to have a demon on the other side to raise it to keep your opinion, to keep you engaged with them, right? Because they got those people, and I think, like I said, the 15% people for a time are not going to be heard for a while. And you kind of see it in the NDP was that kind of extreme, and you see where they are in election. There's many reasons for it, but that's part of it. And you're seeing it in the States. The extreme cases didn't speak in the last cabinet meeting of Trump. I believe Trump knows politics. He knows the way the wind blows more than most. Like right now, he's just really, really, you don't like him or not, he knows which way he's going. And the harsher voices, the extreme voices, they didn't speak. He didn't even ask them to speak in the cabinet. Passed them by, because those type of people are going to have to go through some change to stay relevant. And that's my belief. I don't know, right? And that's where I think it's going. I've been trying to push it for a while. Intelligence fails if no wisdom directs it. Oh yeah. Knowledge, wisdom are two different things, eh? Knowledge is knowing the dates and the facts. Wisdom is the how to use it or where it belongs. I'm not explaining it very well. Hey Google, what's the difference between wisdom and knowledge? Totally different.
Knowledge is about accumulating facts and information.
Knowledge is accumulating facts, dates, scientific formulas. Wisdom. Yeah. Wisdom is using that knowledge to make good judgments and due to the balance. I believe I had a lot of knowledge in my 20s all the way to my 30s. I had a lot. I've accumulated a lot of data and facts and things, and that gave me a big ego because my wisdom was so low, I didn't know how to use it. You could, like I said, pull my strings, that wonderful Dead Kennedy song. I don't want to see any Dead Kennedy, but that's a great band. Punk rock, and they said a lot of brilliant, but people think, oh, they're just idiots. And well, they had some pretty damn smart political thinking. And so as my wisdom has gone up, my ego has been crushed. It's like awful. Because I realize I haven't known how to use my knowledge properly. That's just wonderful, eh? Insults come out once intelligence is maxed. Emotional intelligence or lack thereof shows itself when people don't have the knowledge
for a good faith argument, or the wisdom for a good faith argument. Yeah. Well, sometimes I think you feel stumped, and you're like, well, I gotta win. You hate that urge to win. You just you reach into the bag for whatever you got, right? Like if you've ever played a sport, they even say it. It's like you dig deep to get that, and so digging deep sometimes means you're digging into your evil side. We each have that, good and bad, I believe. That religion that's mentioned, Manichism, it's gone now. We have the good and bad. I believe that we each have that within us, struggle. I kind of believe that part. I don't know if it's in Christianity, but and sometimes when you dig deep to win, that a little bit of evil comes out because you're just digging deep, and you don't, you're doing this. I know if I dig deep, or I think if I dig deep, I'll get it, and you pull out the evil bag. Not the nice, and that's what happens. I believe you in the moment, caught in the moment, you reach deep and you're like, you verbal diarrhea against somebody, and that happens, and it works because a lot of people, especially they see it as entertainment. It's fickle, and hey, again, I don't know nothing. It's just an opinion. Let's see what my motel manager does since I told him again to remove. I don't know, Michelle. Raphael says, I am writing a small essay on agnostic spirituality. Excuse me. I gotta. It's cold in here. I like it ice. I like it very, very cold. I plan to draw satire pictures. Oh, that's a good idea. How wisdom is essential to being, to the human being. With picture, it will probably hit. Oh, that's nice. But it's just put in an. Oh. Well, you got a new fridge. That's nice. The windows probably are not glued shut. They're probably frozen shut. If they haven't been opened in a while, they'll bind anyway. And then when ice gets in there, right? Ice is an expansion, 1.5 expansion. So it's first you got to get the heat there, right? Open the curtains. At the heat there, hair blower maybe, expand the things, melt the ice. And then it'll get open without having to break a window. I would mention to your manager that you want to open the windows a little bit. I have the office part is I like it cold, so I have 2 rooms that are not heated to insulate from the So you're not heating up. I have no things, and that's how I do it without saving money. So there's the other rooms, the hallways and all that don't need the heat. So there you go. You got a fridge. There you go. Oh, as a Christian, your pride while still respecting myself. Okay. My pride and myself was at a really all-time low. And I have to disagree with that, Princess. I'm sorry. Because what happened to me, it's dangerous to put down your pride. And my pride was at an all-time low. And I went to who I thought were heavily religious and good people. I laid it at their feet. Like I was broken. I felt completely broken in every single way. I thought I had these quotes, but I was at the end, right? And so I let it be known I was. You could see it in my face. If anyone who was reading, you'd see in my face, I was no confidence left, nothing left, right? And it was turned against me. It was used against me, pushed into directions that it was used against me. I'm not going to go into the finer details, but that's something. Don't let down your pride. Don't let down your confidence in yourself ever, because there's people out there who are good who will use it for their benefit, and that's not good for you, my friend. I learned the hard lesson, and when it was like, then it was like, what? You thought I was totally broken? I was showing you my humility and laying it like that one Oscar Wilde said, hey, Google, what's Oscar Wilde's quote on laying the art at your feet? It's a beautiful quote. I don't want to mess it.
Check out these pictures.
Okay. He basically says, I lay my art at your feet, trample lightly, you tread on my dreams. Okay, to awfully paraphrase it, and don't trample on my dreams is my art. This is the art I give you, and this is what I was doing. I went into the setting of these people. I thought we're going, and I was like, this is it. Just teach me. I'm open for it. And they trampled. They trampled on it, and I have enough self-respect to get livid, and not act upon that. And reject. I'm like, well, you obviously are not what you should be, and that's dangerous to let that down. So I warn you on losing your own confidence. You're a human, and your value is infinite. You have infinite value. You just don't know it yet. Right? You need to do some things to get back on track to remember in your 20s when you had all of that knowledge and no wisdom and your ego was huge. That's all. You got to do things to help your ego. In my opinion, I'm not a psychologist, but I know from my personal experience when my ego was crushed. Now, this 3 times exercising a day, try. I don't care who you are in the world. If you're a bodybuilder, if you're an athlete, to do this exercise regime, it'll crush you. It will. You'll be like, you do it. I can't do it all the way to the top, as probably an Olympic would be better at it. But for them to even try it, they'll crush them. And so it's helped my own ego and my own confidence immensely. So when I get an ad hominem attack or, oh, you can't unsee this, I'm like, oh, okay, we'll try my exercise regime. That's how I feel. It's my backstop, in my opinion, and also, of course, the reading of. Try to beat me on a debate on a lot of more. I just have that. I spent enough time, and then the centering my body and mind, and loving myself. Right before I didn't love myself, and that's how I think maybe where you're at. If you don't love yourself, and your ego's crushed, people will take from you, and you don't realize that you're full of gold and diamonds and wonderful gems. And they're going to take from you. You got to build that back up, or else there's people that will, and it'll come from ones you don't expect. That's my thing, because it came to me. I was like, oh my God, you just came at me to destroy the fragments I had left, and then I realized, oh my God, I don't have just a little bit. I'm full. I'm full of riches, as we all are. That's what Jesus taught. We're all full of riches, every one of us. And that's why you can't. I don't believe in disrespecting or hating racism. That's why I'm abhorrent against it, because I know, I was at that point, and it was wrong. That's my opinion. The world is going to. I don't know what you're saying there, Michelle. I don't know about a woman's world. Stop giving a bad person credit. I don't believe that there's such a thing as a bad person. I believe that sometimes people are taken over, and they're coerced. A lot of times through abuse and negative things. I don't want to sit here and disagree with you all the time. I think, like I said, you have a good point. But there's a lot of things. Yeah, I think. Okay, so what things here, Rob and Rachel? Insults come out once intelligence is maxed. Yeah, it's your max. You're like, oh, you got me. I reach, and then I throw. I didn't think. I just want to win, and the will to win is great. But you need to. Before that, you got to waft your wisdom on it. All right, make sure you read it. Read what you're going to throw instead of letting your emotions take over, and then you have that's called regret. And I'll tell you, decades of regret, because I am pretty good at winning arguments by digging deep, and then you're like, well, that was stupid. You know, you got freaking years of regret of doing stupid things because, yeah, I won at the moment, but not in the long run. You got to use your wisdom, and I don't mean physically. I mean, you know, the big yakety Saint Fu. I needed to do a little bit more because that takes, you know, the wisdom. Let's see, my hotel manager. Okay, I am agnostic spirituality. Yeah, I would love to be able to draw the pictures of my graphic novel, but I have to use AI. If you know someone, if you want to work with me on drawing the pictures with it, I'm not saying there's any money. I'd be love to do, especially if you're Canadian, and then I got a bunch of Canadian love Canada stories. I think, you know, you make a channel, I make a channel. I don't know if it'll do anything or make any money, but I would rather use human art, you know, than AI. But I lost the ability to draw, and the AI is the substitute I have, and you know what I mean. We can only do so much. You can't be great at everything anymore, I guess. Lost ability, right? Giving bad. Oh yeah. I think that bad people have great ideas. You got to be mindful. And stupid people who are normally stupid sometimes come with genius words or lifestyles or things like that. You never know where it's going to come, because the biggest things in your life come out of a blind side on Wednesday afternoon. You didn't see coming. The biggest changes in your life. If you ever love that song, Sunscreen, I recommend you listen to it. Sunscreen by Bax something. I don't know. Bax. The biggest things in your life, and this is true in my life, didn't see coming, and a lot of times for the better. Didn't see coming, and they were huge. You know, so I dismiss people at your own. Not peril is the wrong word. Dismiss people at your own loss. My opinion. As a Christian myself, I found laying down my pride yet is still respecting myself. While still respecting myself. Oh, see, I needed to read that. Brings a lot of freedom to your soul. It gives you peace in many ways. Yeah. Yes. I didn't read your whole thing, your whole thought. So I reacted before I thought, and you're 100% right. You have to see inherent value in the other person to be able to absorb. If you believe you're the smartest person in the room, you don't absorb anything in the room. And sometimes people are saying something they don't necessarily mean, but if you listen to them carefully, hang on every word, you may be stimulated in your own mind. Maybe they didn't mean it intent that way, or maybe not intended, it was their subconscious that was bubbling up. And you just not listening to them and thinking, yeah. What should I call yang someone? Yeah. I get that a lot of times because I'm just a tradesman guy, right? Yeah. And I'm like, man, yes, you know things I don't, but on this subject, I know more. You're yang me because you're, and I do it as well. But it's easier to recognize when someone else does it. Like when you watch your dog do something abhorrent, it's really easy to recognize it. And you're like, oh, that's a bad habit. I won't do that. I won't lick my butt. So that's great. That's great. And you're right. And I believe, in my way of doing it, my wording of it, which is great. The way I like the way you put it, is just seeing their value and thinking, I can get something out of this person. Not steal, not think, but I can gain a jewel from this person, and and they're offering it to me. Jewel of thought. So dismissing people and this and that, but I believe you have to protect yourself with believing, having confidence. Self-confidence is very important, because when mine was lowered and crushed, and I've let people twice and one was a close person to me that never should have been like that. This is the person you're speaking as a guard, and it was used against me, like crushed me. And when I'm like, I'm just telling you, I don't know nothing, and this is like the opposite of my normal way. And they were like, oh yeah, and they used it against me, right? So never let your guard down by letting your self-confidence fall. It's dangerous. It's dangerous to the demons, and sometimes demons present themselves as angels, and sometimes angels present themselves as demons, right? And I use the spiritual context for a visual effect. I don't know about that. I'm not a... Wow. I'm stimulated by this talk, by our little talk. I don't talk to many people. Proselytism. I gotta Google that now. Jeez, Raphael. I can't even pronounce the word properly, so I probably know what it is. I do this all the time. I like to hear the word, the definition of the word. It's a habit of mine. Proselytism. Sorry. I'm interjecting. Break it down to the fundamentals. Proselytism is the act or policy of attempting to convert people from one religion, belief, or opinion to another. Oh. I've never been into that. I don't want to say hate, but it's a lot of times when people doing that, they dismiss another's opinions, and that's dangerous. I think that every religion has those people in it, and it's required, right? It's required in life. In those religions, to convert people, you have to, their belief is so strong, and their religion. I don't, hate is a strong word. It's too strong for me. I understand your opinion. I shouldn't have mine on that. I won't add mine to that hate, but I understand you're making a lot of sense there. I'm just going to put something up as a picture here. I don't know. You don't want to have this black space here, right? And then corridor. Yeah, it is true. Being dismissive of another person's opinion, that's ancient stuff, right? Here's the corridor. So it's just my drawing rendition. Maybe it probably was copied off someone else's idea, maybe. I don't believe it is, but I know this happens. I believe that's what we should do as a corridor. But sharing your faith to others is, I think that's, especially if you found something, which I believe I have. I found something in Christianity, and it's not necessarily through like every church, but sharing when you believe you've found a truth. I think that's good. I think that's what being human is. You share the good, which you believe is good. But dismissing another is not. That's where it ceases to be a good thing. Sharing the good word, right? That's good. But sharing the good word and saying, yeah, but your way is bad. That is where, So yeah, totally hate. Because listen, I wouldn't have gone back to the religious teachings in Christ if it wasn't for someone, it was through YouTube, of course, but if it wasn't for someone sharing their good knowledge, right? Knocking on someone's door and stuff like that to spread the faith, as long as they're respectful, This is good. Religion has gone the negative. So there we differ. That's great. Okay, Princess Michelle, who's 46, I believe. The world is going. Oh yeah, I don't know about a woman's world. I don't know what a woman's world is, to be honest. Like we're all going to have our own home. I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. They just want to hear what they want and think that's advice. Oh, okay. I don't know about the first part of it, but the second part, that's, not accepting other opinions. I don't know if that's a feminine trait. I wouldn't think. I would think that's more of a masculine trait, right? Stone-headed, stubborn is more like. I am a man, so I'm fully aware of this trait in me, especially in my 20s. And now my testosterone's pretty up, but now I have a little extra wisdom to calm that. But so the respect is the most important. You got to respect other people's opinions, and know that, like I said, you're going to be able to get. They're giving you jabs. They're handing it to you. Why am I so silly that I'm going to throw it back in their face? Like it's to me it's you're working against yourself. Why are you even talking with that person? Leave, right? Tell them I will not talk. Which I hate when people do that. That really makes me upset when people won't even engage with someone in front of them. And I'll tell you, when I was started on YouTube, one of my biggest problems with YouTube was people can, and they still can, they can silence somebody anonymously. So they're saying your words. And what people were doing, and I'm going to have to defend the channels, they're doing it to protect their channel, because what was happening, this is gone, I believe, people could say things in the comments and it could hurt your channel. But to do it anonymously is basically saying, and I found this, people were doing it to me, and it's like this, it's like I've poured out my soul, I've laid it at your feet, and no one sees it because it's hidden. It's just a way, the only thing that reads it is an algorithm. So this is, to me, it's very, very, that stopped. We've changed this probably about 3 years ago. But that to me is like, I'm broken. The only people I talk to, because I changed all friends, is like through YouTube, and you're silencing. No one sees what I have to say because I'm not value. I have not even value to have a word on me. To me, that it hurt. It really, like I said, at the time, my confidence was at zero and everything, and it was harmful. So I see other people where my confidence is back up. I don't care. You do that crap. But I feel other people's pain to do that. That's why I believe on this channel is trying, even the people who are trying to hurt my channel. I know there's people on here trying to throw stings. They throw a bunch of comments, and then they throw a nasty one to attack me, right? You have to take, I believe I'm taking those people as well as the people who are just trying to reach out. They're trying to reach out, and you know how there's that one beautiful picture in there? He's reaching out to God. He's reaching out to, you're reaching out to people, not saying a God, but you're reaching out to people to try to get a, okay. I'm sorry that just a second here. It keeps happening. The feed is, I'm working on it. Working. See, I said something maybe. Here, I'm going to just do something here. The feed for some reason went down. Oh, I'm going to get rid of that. We don't need the... I'm just talking, pontificating. I don't know nothing. But it happens. It's still poor. Not receiving enough. Someone just walked in. I instantly refreshed and it cleared up. Well, yours did, not mine. My side is poor. It has to do with the weather, I believe. There we go. It's excellent. Actually, that's what it is. It's saying it's the weather outside. We're having a winter storm out here. Up to 80-kilometer winds are coming, and the area I'm in, I need to move the office. Whatever, money. Here, listen to this song. It just came out. What song? Okay, wait. Stop giving back. Yeah, I'm a Christian as well. Okay, you hate it. I'm sorry that happened to you, man. Often those who are supposed to represent Jesus are the worst examples of his heart. I don't want to go to that extreme, but there are many. Well, they see what I believe is what happened is they seen me as a bad person, a rumor, right, or whatever. Oh, look at him. Well, look at the way I dress. I wear a freaking bandana. I have, people see that and they think this guy's a biker. He's come here to hurt our congregation, and I'm here to defend it. When I was there broken, looking for Jesus and lead me on the hard path, and I'll work for anybody. I'll work volunteer. I'll help any. You know what I mean? I'll go to help the lepers. I'll do this. That's where I was at. I'm so broken. I don't care about myself. And people seen me as someone who was there as a bad person, and were acted accordingly, right? Not seeing the soul in front of you, not listening to the words of Jesus. It's just, I expected it would, now I know there's good, bad, and ugly everywhere, right? Right? Well, the thing is either... Like I said, it wasn't a big deal. It was, like I said, in the big scheme of things, it wasn't a big deal. Small things in life, about what happened, but it was a big deal at the time when I was like broken and it's like I'm just chopped liver to you. That it really hurt then. Now looking back, it made me stronger. It made me realize something in life. So I'm not, I'm not upset with that person. I'm not more than one, or angry or anything like that. No resentment even. Against the faith or anything, because they don't represent the church as well. They weren't, you know what I mean? So there's none of that. There's none of that, and no need for them to, One thing is either proselytism from the other, or from me to others. Someone is imposing his view on others, and that creates friction. Yeah, I understand. I think it's our problem when we can't hear something and listen to their things. It's when people are dismissive of what you already know, is where I differ. I will like preaching is good. Preaching the good word is good without disrespecting the person's original opinions, right? Nothing is perfect, and the biggest problem is we're all human trying to do the work of God's, and we screw up no matter how good we are. You can see the best politicians, the best richest and billionaires, they do things and you're like, ugh. We've seen this is the best example I have is Hollywood. Hollywood people were like put such pedestals, right? They were like so amazing, and then what happened was social media came out, and then they could speak. And then we realize, oh my God, they're saying something I know is silly or whatever, what have you. You know what I mean? And all these other words negative connotations we can put on it. And basically it's like, oh, they're human as well. It's disastrous. It brought too many people of Hollywood who have half thoughts out there. It's like, ooh. They were like so high even in my 20s and 30s, 20s and stuff. They were so high up there. But then I started reading their like pontifications, and I disagree. They could be right. Like vehemently disagree with some of them. And if we were in a debate, I believe I could demolish them in a polite, good way. And it thus put their art is still above what I could be, but it took them away from being a celestial being in my mind. to someone who's infallible just like me, or fallible. I don't force my forcing beliefs is weird. That's the job. Pressing your beliefs is for someone who's like a member of a church or an order, that their job is to do that, and that's okay with that. I believe, if to be successful at it, you have to know when you have to be respectful of others' opinions and when to disregard them. And I'm not there in any shape, way, or form. I don't believe I'm a messenger of my faith or anything, except that in my heart, and I know that going back towards the Christian thinking was good for me, and I didn't need to go anywhere to get it, except there's a book. A bunch of books. Tuning in from the Northern Caribou. What area? I'm Niagara Falls. You, me, or Space Cafe? I don't push my beliefs on anyone. A lot of times you just hit a wall. If your opinions are too strong and not willing to hear another side of an argument and listen to it. I know I'm guilty of this. Guilty is the wrong word. I've been fall to that whim, thinking I know everything. And that's the beautiful thing about education is like, nothing has fully formed. Is Christianity done, fully formed, or is it evolving? Of course it's evolving, right? Or else there wouldn't be changes in the church. So, to believe it's like said and it's done and there's no more knowledge that can be had by any thought, well, you close yourself off. Yeah, Northern Caribou, BC, eh, Betty? Don't do the work of God. I believe God will do the work better. Yeah. Best be a vessel of that work so others sees God's work and gets interested. Wow. That's pretty. That's kind of a it has to come at the end of that sentence, like a go think about that for 3 hours kind of thought. There's this guy, a bodybuilder guy. I don't want to, advertise, but he has a channel and he says, I know I'm mangling it again. Oh, I forgot exactly how it says, but it was like, I really did a bad job with that shelf. His thing. He's on a cut. He's trying to lose the weight. He's like, bodybuilder, and he says the devil's. What is it? Boredom is the pantry's playthings. And he did this. Boredom is the pantry's playthings. So yeah, when you're bored, you end up opening just to check to see what's in the pantry, and you end up eating. I like that. He did a good job of it. Oh, I'm on Top Chat. Sorry, I'm probably missing some. No. Most of them are here. Yeah, like I said, I ain't no priest. I ain't know anything except to know that faith on its own, body, like working out, and faith. It's helped build my confidence up from like negative 90. It was bad, crushed. And then losing, your income. I was like, wow, I'm making not good money. It was like less than minimum wage, but I was making enough that I was okay and learning. And going from that to like, and having no answer, and basically the people I thought were going to help be my, I put too much into them. It was my own fault, putting too much, faith in others. It was a bad decision, and I'm over exaggerating the level of it because I'm a dramatic person. It was a minor thing, that I'm exaggerating, so, salt it very heavily. But definitely, it was the biggest mistake ever. And even relying on reading Plato, and Plato was supposedly this great, there's some things I disagree with. At first, I was eating it, the whole thing, and it's 100% whatever my opinion is wrong, and he's right. And then I realized, well, no, there's some things that still need work, in my opinion. I'm not going to go into them right now, as I think they're half thoughts, but they're there. And no matter what, you can't give all of yourself to another and expect them to reciprocate and build you up. It's just dangerous. You can only give a little bit of yourself, and remember that your soul is within you, and you're the only one who can make your life better. No one else. And so the torus, right? A torus is a donut. How does a torus stay formed? It turns back in on itself. That's how a torus remains a torus. The donut. It has to turn in on itself. So you have to. If you give out, what happens? When I blow out smoke, it goes in a nice ball, and then it goes nowhere, right? It turns into nothing. But if I do a donut, like a torus, a donut, like smoke ring donut, a smoke ring, it maintains much longer and stronger. It's by turning in on itself. And that's the same thing with our spirit, our soul, our mind. You have to reflect on what you thought, and you'll maintain, right? I gotta go. That was fun. But I need my daily walk. Yeah, and health is. I am the same. I think I overtalked. This is going to go private. So us on this conversation, the few of us, this will be not seen. No one else will see it. Oh, I don't like that word. I don't like putting those two words together. It's awful. Especially now with all these connotations. Thanks for watching.
Seniors do receive the benefits they need. The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Madam Speaker, since June, civil servants have been warning the government that there are problems with old age pensions because of the QRM software. And clearly, no one in the Liberal Party has addressed this issue, because 10 days ago they said the problem didn't exist and it was just a scare campaign. And then suddenly yesterday they found 85,000 retirees who are victims of this system. They just woke up 8 months after being informed of this. Why is this government never able to take its responsibility before it's too late? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, it's not true. The implementation of this new payment platform requires an adaptation process, and the department is working tirelessly to ensure that the personnel has the necessary tools to familiarize themselves with the new system and to effectively pay these pensions. The service is already improving as employees are adapting. If they are experiencing issues, please contact Service Canada.
The Honourable Member for Middlesex, London.
Speaker, auto workers in Ontario are getting pink slips. Thousands of jobs are gone at Carney, Stellantis, GM Oshawa, and others. And now this Prime Minister is forcing taxpayers to subsidize over $2 billion worth of foreign EVs. Canadians deserve better than to be sold out to the Americans. So instead of handing billions of subsidies to American-made EVs and killing Canadian jobs, will the Liberals cooperate with Conservatives and adopt our plan to remove the tax off Canadian-made cars?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Today, the government announced this new auto industry strategy. It is a comprehensive strategy that will invest in those that invest in Canada. We will continue to protect Canadian production of automobiles, and we firmly believe that the future of the industry is in electrical vehicles, and there will be assembly of electrical vehicles in Canada, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Middlesex, London.
Speaker, let me clarify this and put this clearly for Canadians. Canadian auto workers lose thousands of jobs, and our domestic production is collapsing while these Liberals are forcing Canadian taxpayers to subsidize foreign-made electric vehicles. That includes the Jeep Compass EV, which should have brought jobs right here to Ontario. So when will the Liberals stop their betrayal and adopt our plan to remove the tax on Canadian-made cars to save jobs here at home?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, once again, we have the best auto workers in the world right here in Canada. We are there to support them, and we are facing unjustified tariffs from the United States. The Conservatives don't seem to ever like to talk about that, but that is actually what our auto industry is facing into us, and that is why we have specific programs we're putting in place to support our workers in difficult times. But beyond that, we're building for the future, and that is what they never do. We are building for the future. We're supporting our auto workers. We were there side by side with auto workers, and we made this announcement. We're going to be with them.
The Honourable Member for Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
President Trump slapped unjustified tariffs on Canadian autos, and thousands of Ontarians were put out of work as a result. Canadians need a plan that supports Canadian manufacturing and Canadian jobs. Only one Canadian vehicle qualifies for the Liberal EV subsidy, and that doesn't meet the moment. Will the government work with Conservatives, adopt our plan, and take the tax off Canadian-made autos to support Canadian auto manufacturing?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, Canadians understand that we're facing an unprecedented time. It's a rupture when we're facing unjustified tariffs from the United States, which the Conservatives never talk about. But we understand the impact on our workers. And in fact, the auto strategy announced yesterday included supports for our auto workers, including things like work sharing, because we understand their needs and we are there by their side. But we are not only there for this tough time, we are there to build for the future, to make sure they have the jobs of the future. We are going to keep working for a strong auto industry. Why won't they?
The Honourable Member for Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, let me say it a little louder for the minister. We're talking about unjustified tariffs coming from the Trump administration. So we're talking about it. What we want from the minister and from this government is a plan that actually supports Canadian auto manufacturing. Look, your plan is their plan, Madam Speaker, is only going to help with one Canadian production line. We want to take the tax off all Canadian-made autos. Why do they want to subsidize President Trump's manufacturing strategy instead of supporting the hard-working men and women in Ontario's manufacturing?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, finally, our friends from the other side recognize that the issues with the auto industry come from the U.S. tariffs. It's the first time I hear this from their side. Bravo, bravo. It's about time. It's about time. Besides that, Madam Speaker, as I said, we are going to invest in those that invest in Canada, in those that commit to Canada. And by the way, currently, the two largest auto manufacturers in Canada are Toyota and Honda, and they remain fully committed to operating here, Madam Speaker.
The member for Windsor-Tecumseh Lakeshore.
Madam Speaker, yesterday's announcement of a new national automotive strategy was nothing more than a slap in the face to Windsor's auto workers. The Prime Minister proudly announced that Canadians will now be subsidizing American-made vehicles. Why do the Liberals think that it's better to subsidize foreign-made vehicles rather than adopt the Conservative plan to cut the tax on cars made in Windsor and Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Orders of the day.
Starting off.
Standing Order 51, a motion that this House take note of the standing orders and procedure of the House and its committees is now deemed to have been proposed. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased today to rise to discuss our standing orders. I've only been a member of Parliament for a short amount of time, and this is a very old institution. Our standing orders, practices, and procedures are part of a parliamentary tradition that began with the Magna Carta. These procedures have evolved and changed, adapted by experienced parliamentarians who preceded us to respond to our unique Canadian context. It is no exaggeration to say that standing orders represent centuries of work.
Who immediately have opinions on how to better operate could be taken poorly or viewed as presumptive, even arrogant. But I also know, like frogs in hot water, we can all become used to the intolerable when given the benefit of time. And in those times, it's on those of us who are new and experiencing the shock to our system to speak up, to present the view of those with fresh eyes. And after talking with colleagues on both sides of the House, I also don't believe what I'm going to say is remotely controversial, though we may disagree with how best to resolve it. Question period is broken. Canada's system is built on the idea that government must answer to Parliament routinely and in public, and I believe this to be a very good thing. A deteriorating executive cannot hide here, as they can in the United States. But beyond serving as a daily wellness check, the current format of question period falls short of its goal of providing true accountability. Shallow questions, shallow answers, a degree of repetition that would make an advertiser blush. Mad applause on both sides as though we were hitting oratory high scores in 35-second exchanges about procurement. And if I can relay one thing today, it's that it does not need to be this way. La période de questions n'est pas...
Question period does not have to be this way. There are a number of experiments we could try to improve question period. We can also take lessons from our history and from the experience of other countries. These standing orders say relatively little about question period. They only note that question period takes place. Practices and procedures are established under the authority of the Speaker, usually after consultation with parliamentary leaders. The objective has usually been to ensure that changes were unanimous or something rivaling that. That makes sense. And I'm not suggesting that changes should be made by a simple majority vote, but change is possible.
We can, as a body, be more prescriptive through the standing orders, or we can encourage the Speaker, through our leaders, to consider modification to improve accountability and improve the value of question period to Canadians. We can experiment. We can agree to try different formats on different days. That's for one session, having QP revert after that, or we can do both. Then we can see if our experiments have the intended effect or if they create new problems and make changes more permanent or adjust it accordingly. We can improve. Une fois que nous acceptons cela,
once we embrace that, a number of possibilities become available. For example, we could summon certain ministers to appear on specific days. This would allow question period to become more targeted, and it would avoid dead zones where an absence of media interest makes it so government weaknesses go unnoticed. We could limit the repetition of similar exchanges. If the objective really is accountability rather than video clips, we don't need 8 versions of the same back and forth. We could do what I've mentioned or any number of other things as part of a series of experiments. But this brings me to the most obvious way to improve question period.
In Canada, and uniquely in Canada, questions and answers are capped at 35 seconds each. And in 35 seconds, anyone can hide. You don't need to listen to the question to give the answer. You don't need to engage with the premise. You don't need to back up your attack. Weak performances on either side of the House go undetected indefinitely in the shallow end. Other countries with parliamentary systems don't do it the way we do it. We don't even always do it this way. The UK, Australia, and Ireland all measure answers in minutes, not seconds. This was also the system here in Canada until the 1990s.
The tight clock was introduced to allow more participants, and this is well-intentioned, but let's look at the current situation. Before I was elected, I was a public engagement practitioner, and I'd often talk about the conflict between an audience's stated and revealed preference. Stated preference is what we say we'll do. Revealed preference is what we actually do. And we say we want many questions, but our revealed preference is for longer exchanges. We don't see 40 members asking 40 questions. We see members staying on one topic, one question, with a great deal of repetition for many rounds. So my modest proposal, for one session, for 2 days a week, let's do the following. Let's lengthen the allowable time for both the question and the answer to 2 minutes apiece. As questioners, in 2 minutes you can lay out your values, the facts you rely on, and prosecute your case. You can demand information. You can show your deep understanding of the issue and where you believe our understanding may be deficient. And as answerers, in 2 minutes we can lay out our values, the facts we rely on, explain our decision-making, and, if necessary, give our statement of defense. We can provide requested information. We can show our deep understanding of the issue and where we believe your understanding may be deficient.
We can raise the level of debate and provide Canadians, at least from time to time, thoughtful exchanges for complex times. Question period is supposed to be about accountability, and accountability is a very good thing. But accountability, true accountability, requires substance. Longer questions and answers do not guarantee substance, but they increase the cost of dodging the question. They force consistency. It would force consistency, expose ignorance, reward members who have mastered their files, and penalize those who haven't. More in-depth discourse is the most important change we could consider.
Speaker, we shape our systems, and then our systems shape us. If we allow question period to be shallow, we will become shallow. If we allow question period to be thoughtful, we will be thoughtful. I want to end with a conversation I had with a teacher a couple of days ago. He told me that when he brought a class to question period many years ago, he was embarrassed. He was embarrassed because a lesson in democracy became a lesson in how sometimes adults act like children. I think we have all winced on occasion when we look up and we see in the gallery a class, see the leaders of tomorrow watching us, the leaders of today. So I am new here, but what I have learned is, while we disagree often and vigorously, we have a chamber full of dedicated, kind, brilliant people from all walks of life. We just don't act that way in the chamber. Question period as currently constructed shows us at our worst, not our best. So let's improve, or at least try to improve. I believe Canadians deserve better, and I believe we can do better, and I hope to work with all of you in providing them better. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Wellington North and, Halton Hills North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened to my colleague, the member for Calgary Confederation, with a great deal of interest. I'd encourage him to look at Motion 517, which was introduced in the 40th Parliament, which echoes many of the issues that he has raised. I note in that motion, which the Liberal Party later adopted in the 42nd, 43rd, and 44th Parliaments, one of the 5 proposals in that motion was for the Prime Minister to answer questions on Wednesday. There being roughly 36 to 40 questions on Wednesday, Prime Minister Trudeau answered roughly 36 to 40 questions every week in the House. I don't believe the current Prime Minister answers as many questions in the week, each week in the House. I'm wondering if the member would like to see the restoration of Wednesday PMQs.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Confederation.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do believe that one of the things we should explore is mixing up who's up and for what duration on each day. And I think Wednesday PMQs is a good idea. I think one of the challenges we saw in practice was that it then became a question of, well, why is the Prime Minister only working 1 day a week? So the challenge with implementing anything like that is we're going to need to work across both sides of the House to say, no, this is a standard that increases accountability and not suggest otherwise. Right? And we do know that the current limits of question period are that those 35-second exchanges also don't necessarily feel like you're getting a lot of meat.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. He raised some good points, especially when he said that if we don't have in-depth discourse, we could become superficial. Unfortunately, I think it's a little bit late for that. I also appreciate my colleague's question about the presence of the Prime Minister. It's not a question of what is the Prime Minister doing the rest of the week. We know the Prime Minister has a busy agenda, but it's a good point all the same. My question is about the content of questions. We know that the Speaker has shot down certain questions about provincial politics. Does my colleague think the standing orders could integrate the possibility of banning answers that do not have anything to do with the question or that fail to answer it? I think that would be very important in a democracy.
I thank my colleague for the question. I think that would be very challenging to do and not get into matters of debate on a regular basis. I do want to note, though, it would also be near impossible to answer some of the questions. These are some samples from QP just yesterday. We had multiple questions about, will you please adopt conservative policies? I mean, that's very difficult and broad. But we also had one I want to draw your attention to. Is the member aware his lack of empathy and moral compass? I don't know how you hold a government to account on a question like that. I mean, that's the simple reality. These are just from yesterday. There is always going to be a certain element of that in question period. I appreciate that. But it makes it difficult to imagine that you're going to create a rule that you must answer a question. I don't know how you would ask a member to answer a question like that.
Government's Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I've had the opportunity for over 20 years of being in opposition. I've been on the government benches. I understand and appreciate what it is that the member is actually suggesting. The only way in which I could see something of this nature working is if, in fact, you had written questions. Some parliaments have done that. So you have to provide the written questions in advance. The government then responds to it in terms of a question period.
Jobs are gone at Carney, Stellantis, GM Oshawa, and others. And now this Prime Minister is forcing taxpayers to subsidize over $2 billion worth of foreign EVs. Canadians deserve better than to be sold out to the Americans. So instead of handing billions of subsidies to American-made EVs and killing Canadian jobs, will the Liberals cooperate with Conservatives and adopt our plan to remove the tax off Canadian-made cars?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Today, the government announced this new auto industry strategy. It is a comprehensive strategy that will invest in those that invest in Canada. We will continue to protect Canadian production of automobiles, and we firmly believe that the future of the industry is in electrical vehicles, and there will be assembly of electrical vehicles in Canada, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Middlesex London.
Speaker, let me clarify this and put this clearly for Canadians. Canadian auto workers lose thousands of jobs, and our domestic production is collapsing while these Liberals are forcing Canadian taxpayers to subsidize foreign-made electric vehicles. That includes the Jeep Compass EV, which should have brought jobs right here to Ontario. So when will the Liberals stop their betrayal and adopt our plan to remove the tax on Canadian-made cars to save jobs here at home?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, once again, we have the best auto workers in the world right here in Canada. We are there to support them, and we are facing unjustified tariffs from the United States. The Conservatives don't seem to ever like to talk about that, but that is actually what our auto industry is facing into us, and that is why we have specific programs we're putting in place to support our workers in difficult times. But beyond that, we're building for the future, and that is what they never do. We are building for the future. We're supporting our auto workers. We were there side by side with auto workers, and we made this announcement. We're going to be with them.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
President Trump slapped unjustified tariffs on Canadian autos, and thousands of Ontarians were put out of work as a result. Canadians need a plan that supports Canadian manufacturing and Canadian jobs. Only one Canadian vehicle qualifies for the Liberal EV subsidy, and that doesn't meet the moment. Will the government work with Conservatives, adopt our plan, and take the tax off Canadian-made autos to support Canadian auto manufacturing?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, Canadians understand that we're facing an unprecedented time. It's a rupture when we're facing unjustified tariffs from the United States, which the Conservatives never talk about. But we understand the impact on our workers. And in fact, the auto strategy announced yesterday included supports for our auto workers, including things like work sharing, because we understand their needs and we are there by their side. But we are not only there for this tough time, we are there to build for the future, to make sure they have the jobs of the future. We are going to keep working for a strong auto industry. Why won't they?
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, let me say it a little louder for the minister. We're talking about unjustified tariffs coming from the Trump administration. So we're talking about it. What we want from the minister and from this government is a plan that actually supports Canadian auto manufacturing. Look, your plan is their plan, Madam Speaker, is only going to help with one Canadian production line. We want to take the tax off all Canadian-made autos. Why do they want to subsidize President Trump's manufacturing strategy instead of supporting the hard-working men and women in Ontario's manufacturing?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, finally, our friends from the other side recognize that the issues with the auto industry come from the U.S. tariffs. It's the first time I hear this from their side. Bravo, bravo. It's about time. It's about time. Besides that, Madam Speaker, as I said, we are going to invest in those that invest in Canada, in those that commit to Canada. And by the way, currently, the two largest auto manufacturers in Canada are Toyota and Honda, and they remain fully committed to operating here, Madam Speaker.
The member for Windsor, Tecumseh, Lakeshore.
Madam Speaker, yesterday's announcement of a new national automotive strategy was nothing more than a slap in the face to Windsor's auto workers. The Prime Minister proudly announced that Canadians will now be subsidizing American-made vehicles. Why do the Liberals think that it's better to subsidize foreign-made vehicles rather than adopt the Conservative plan to cut the tax on cars made in Windsor and Canada?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I don't know how to say this in parliamentary decorum, but that's just not true. That is just not true, Madam Speaker. The announcement of yesterday confirms our commitment to our industry and confirms our assistance to those that invest in Canada, Madam Speaker. And there are very large companies that are currently committed to investing in Canada, and that will continue to do so. In order to promote that investment, that's what we announced yesterday, and it will work very well.
The honourable member for Windsor, Tecumseh, Lakeshore.
Madam Speaker, I'm not sure if the member across the aisle understands my question. 5,000 Canadian auto workers lost their jobs. This government's response is to hand out subsidies for American-built electric vehicles. I'm imploring the member across the aisle to answer the question. Instead of subsidizing foreign-made cars and killing Canadian auto jobs, will the Liberals adopt our Conservative plan to take the tax off of cars made in Canada?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, time and time again, what we hear from the other side is that they actually have no plan. Yesterday, we presented a comprehensive auto strategy. It will help to reduce our emissions. It will help to support Canadians who want to buy EVs. The rebates specifically take into account a made-in-Canada component. It also has a component to support our auto workers in this time when they're facing the brunt of the unjustified tariffs from the United States. But more than that, we are standing side by side with our workers in our auto industry to build the industry for the future. Why won't they?
Yeah, the member for Halliburton, Quarter Lakes.
Speaker, since 2016, auto production in Canada has collapsed from 2.3 million vehicles to just 1.2 million. We have lost over 5,000 auto jobs, including thousands in Oshawa and Brampton. Now the Liberals want to spend up to $2.3 billion in taxpayer money subsidizing foreign-made electric vehicles, many built in the United States, while Canadian plants sit idle. Instead of supporting manufacturing elsewhere, will the Liberals adopt our Conservative
pausing it for a second, I think that the Conservatives have a nice point to say the EVs. We don't make many EVs in Canada, apparently. This keeps on flicking out. It's basically, DDS. They got my the feed is all trying to whack it out. Here it goes. It's gonna keep on doing this, and it's from the feed that's doing it. It's not, you know what I mean? It's someone on their end, right? This is what kind of politicians we have to deal with in this country. That even bringing up anything about them, they're going to attack you. I remember I was going around to get pictures, and they're like, "Oh, we know who he is." Anyway, there it goes again. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the feed, and they'll have to go on a new feed, which is a recording, and to cease and desist their silliness. But I do enjoy I think the Conservatives have a pretty good idea that, hey, it should be the EVs, 5,000 should only be of Canadian-made vehicles. Unless there's like something else going on. Just give me a second to get back to where we were at. It's a good idea to only Canadian-made vehicles, right? Following suit, follow the trend of America first, but obviously Canada first. I think is the way that the world should be going. And it will be going. It just takes time. And the Conservatives, I think they have a good point. Hey, if we're going to give these feeds, this and that. See back, did some pretty good ones. Okay, I'm going to go to this part anyway. It was pretty...
is in C-15 and in our budget. That's our plan.
So they'll have to
it
go
is
to
very
a new
broad
feed.
and comprehensive, and there are many measures. Will our Conservative colleagues do what they must, support us, so we can pass the budget as quickly as possible?
The member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Last night, the industry minister said the quiet thing out loud. When pressed on how many vehicles their EV rebate, Canadian vehicles their EV rebate will apply to, she admitted it's only one. So the vast majority of these EV rebates will go to foreign car manufacturers, including Donald Trump's America. The guy who's tariffing our autos and put 5,000 auto workers out of work and closed 2 plants. Rather than rewarding Donald Trump's America, why don't they take the tax off all Canadian manufactured vehicles to preserve Canadian jobs and benefit all Canadian auto workers?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Speaker, yesterday was a great day as we stood on the shop floor of an auto manufacturer and talked about how we're not only going to keep working to support building vehicles here in Canada, but we're going to make EVs more affordable and more available for Canadians. We are doing the hard work. We are standing to support auto workers in our country because we know that we have the best industry in the world. Why won't he stand and cheer along with them?
Honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
The last time they ran EV rebates between 2019 and 2025, 99% of the rebates went to foreign-made vehicles, including Donald Trump's United States. So while we're in the middle of a trade war and Donald Trump is tariffing our vehicles at 10%, leading to the closure of 2 manufacturing plants and the layoff of thousands of workers, Donald Trump's Buy America program is going to be benefited by Canadians buying American EVs, subsidized by Canadian taxpayers. This is outrageous. It's not a good day for Canadian auto workers. A good day would be if they adopted our plan to take the taxes off autos.
That's right. Oh, Minister.
Once again, it's another example of how Conservatives stand in the land of no and holding us back for the economy of the future. When we're talking about the rebates, let's be clear. The rebates actually are designed in a way to favor made in Canada. We are going to invest in the companies that invest in us. There is a specific part of this policy that not only, like I said, the rebates support made in Canada, but beyond that, we are incentivizing investments in building more of those vehicles right here at home because that is the future of the auto industry and we have the best auto workers.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Madam Speaker, some retirees have not received their old age pensions for 9 months, or they're receiving the wrong amounts because of the QRM software in Ottawa. 10 days ago, when we questioned the government, it responded that it was a scare campaign. Then the next day, it finally admitted that the problem existed, but it was only a few cases, some 30 cases. Well, yesterday, in a dramatic turn of events at committee, the minister recognized that 85,000 people are affected. 85,000. How many more people will it take before the Liberals stop sweeping this problem under the rug?
The Minister of Labour.
Madam Speaker, like the minister has said, the department is working as quickly as possible to resolve these issues and to ensure that the personnel has the necessary tools to pay these benefits effectively. More than 7,000 seniors are now receiving their payments on time. We are currently modernizing this decades-old system so we can improve the payment of benefits for all seniors in the future. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Madam Speaker, imagine there are retirees who are listening to these answers and who are having problems with their old age pensions, and the Liberals went from 30 days, 10 days ago, to 85,000 yesterday. And that's the worst cost overrun with the CUREM software. It's the human cost, actually. And the worst is that even yesterday, with 85,000 victims of this software, the Liberals were still treating this issue as if it was just a series of isolated incidents. When 85,000 people fall through the cracks of this system, there is a major problem, Madam Speaker. When will the Liberals fix this?
Secretary.
Madam Speaker, this is a major update of a decades-old system. The Minister's Cabinet contacted Bloc's members to obtain the names of seniors who were in urgent need of assistance in solving this problem, and we still haven't received a reply from the member with respect to the names of these constituents. And the department will continue to work to deal with these cases while pursuing the modernization of the system to guarantee that seniors do receive the benefits they need. The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Madam Speaker, since June, civil servants have been warning the government that there are problems with old age pensions because of the CUREM software. And clearly, no one in the Liberal Party has addressed this issue, because 10 days ago they said the problem didn't exist and it was just a scare campaign. And then suddenly yesterday they found 85,000 retirees who are victims of this system. They just woke up 8 months after being informed of this. Why is this government never able to take its responsibility before it's too late? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, it's not true. The implementation of this new payment platform requires an adaptation process, and the department is working tirelessly to ensure that the personnel has the necessary tools to familiarize themselves with the new system and to effectively pay these pensions. The service is already improving as employees are adapting. If they are experiencing issues, please contact Service Canada.
The Honourable Member for Middlesex, London.
Speaker, auto workers in Ontario are getting pink slips. Thousands of jobs are gone at Carney, Stellantis, GM Oshawa, and others. And now this Prime Minister is forcing taxpayers to subsidize over $2 billion worth of foreign EVs.
All right, pause for a second. It seems to be the going, the rolling question from the Conservatives that they want to have only Canadian-made vehicles have the GST cut off instead of this EV rebate. I don't think the Conservatives don't like EVs. I believe that we need to do something to get the EV. There's 3 Canadian companies, I believe, that can take over at least can start as a small Canadian, 100% Canadian company to make EVs, maybe join them together somehow. Because I believe if you want jetpacks are not going to be filled with gas. They're not. It's not going to come. They're going to be batteries. And so if we don't have the companies to build the electronic things of the future, then basically we're going to lose it, and other countries' companies will have it. Now, I believe what is going to happen with the chips that are made in America, the new chip factories, America is going to use the chips as the tariffs are being used currently. You're going to say, okay, you're not a friendly country. We're going to restrict the level of chip you're allowed to get because you're kind of hostile to us. And the whole world will be at the whim of America. I believe that's coming. And we're going to need the chips to make the things of the future, right? It'll have to be a lot of things will have to be run with AI. So that'll be one part. I don't think we're going to get into the chip ahead of America for the next 30, 40, 50 years. I think they've got that locked. Most likely, China will start to compete at some point in the decades to come, but not for some time, not for the new stuff. They'll be able to do calculators and things. And so we need to do the end products after the chips to make the new products of the future. Okay, to make the products of the future. And to make the products of the future, we have to have the companies here, 100% Canadian. And I think we need to do something. This is a side subject. We need to do things to create this company, allow them, special conditions, join these three companies together, or one of them, whatever one thinks that they can do it, to make electric vehicles, to make those little, there are electric companies that make the little EV, the simple EV stuff, electric, they're not the electric vehicles, those things, those little mobile vehicle, mobility scooters. And those things could be one of those companies, but I think it's got to be one of the top three to help us have a foot in the future, like a leg or whatever you want, to be a part of the future manufacturing, to make the goods of the future. Or else, because, it's going to be robots and all these things, or else we're going to have to buy all these major, expensive, amazing products will be made in other countries, and we'll just be dumping our money on them. Because when robots come that are like cooking in every household, we're having a winter storm here, so a little bit of off weather, but let's carry on.
Canadians deserve better than to be sold out to the Americans. So instead of handing billions of subsidies to American-made EVs and killing Canadian jobs, will the Liberals cooperate with Conservatives and adopt our plan to remove the tax off Canadian-made cars?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Today, the government announced this new auto industry strategy. It is a comprehensive strategy that will invest in those that invest in Canada. We will continue to protect Canadian production of automobiles, and we firmly believe that the future of the industry is in electrical vehicles, and there will be assembly of electrical vehicles in Canada, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Middlesex London.
Speaker, let me clarify this and put this clearly for Canadians. Canadian auto workers lose thousands of jobs, and our domestic production is collapsing while these Liberals are forcing Canadian taxpayers to subsidize foreign-made electric vehicles. That includes the Jeep Compass EV, which should have brought jobs right here to Ontario. So when will the Liberals stop their betrayal and adopt our plan to remove the tax on Canadian-made cars to save jobs here at home?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, once again, we have the best auto workers in the world right here in Canada. We are there to support them, and we are facing unjustified tariffs from the United States. The Conservatives don't seem to ever like to talk about that, but that is actually what our auto industry is facing into us, and that is why we have specific programs we're putting in place to support our workers in difficult times. But beyond that, we're building for the future, and that is what they never do. We are building for the future. We're supporting our auto workers. We were there side by side with auto workers, and we made this announcement. We're going to be with them.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
President Trump slapped unjustified tariffs on Canadian autos, and thousands of Ontarians were put out of work as a result. Canadians need a plan that supports Canadian manufacturing and Canadian jobs. Only one Canadian vehicle qualifies for the Liberal EV subsidy, and that doesn't meet the moment. Will the government work with Conservatives, adopt our plan, and take the tax off Canadian-made autos to support Canadian auto manufacturing?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, Canadians understand that we're facing an unprecedented time. It's a rupture when we're facing unjustified tariffs from the United States, which the Conservatives never talk about. But we understand the impact on our workers. And in fact, the auto strategy announced yesterday included supports for our auto workers, including things like work sharing, because we understand their needs and we are there by their side. But we are not only there for this tough time, we are there to build for the future, to make sure they have the jobs of the future. We are going to keep working for a strong auto industry. Why won't they?
The honourable member for Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Sorry, I should have put the mic on before. I think she's doing a pretty good job. Dabs DeBruzen. I probably said the name wrong. Doing a pretty darn good job of fighting back with the Conservatives. I do think the Conservatives have a good, taking the Conservatives take the GST off everything. It's a lot of their answers. Not that I'm disagreeing with it. I think it's a good one. So on Canadian-made vehicles, I think that's another. Personally, they're fighting it right now, but they're possibly thinking about it in the back rooms. And of course, it's question period, and it's about the here and the now, not about tomorrow. And she's doing a pretty good job of questioning it, but I think it's a good idea. I don't know about you, just you and me, two of us here. Should we just think about that? Yeah, I think we should just take it off on Canadian made. But even more so, I believe that we should, again, I'm reiterating, make the 3 in the 1 or the one of the 3 of these 3 Canadian companies that actually could make Canadian vehicles. The production is going to be low probably at first, and a large amount of investment. So they need to be, protected, and only for domestic market, not to affect Kuzma or anything like that. So, these 3 companies, they're not making stuff for the world export to compete with American or anything. But I believe that it's best to have the whole manufacturing, all 100% Canadian company, as we've seen. That these companies that are American headquartered and stuff, they can just pack up and leave. Whereas if they're Canadian nurtured, Bombardier could be one of them, is another one. I don't know. I'm just saying, fleet. It could be, I think, beneficial for Canada to have a full manufacturer of it, to do it in small doses. Maybe their prices will be a lot higher because but it would be nice, I think, to have 100% Canadian auto parts and to be ready for the future technologies, assembly plants that are making the robots of the future, because we know robots and jetpacks and things that haven't even been invented yet. Remember, just watch Star Trek. The Next Generation to find some things, but the starships of the future. God knows what. All these things. Beam me up, Scotties. Or else we will risk, when these things come out, that you will be so far behind that we won't even be able to do it without exorbitant amounts of cost. When now we can use this time as a time to push it, when it won't be overly expensive compared to most likely in the future when it's like the here and the now for them. I don't know. I'm just thinking. What do you think? Leave your thoughts.
Let me say it a little louder for the minister. We're talking about unjustified tariffs coming from the Trump administration. So we're talking about it. What we want from the minister and from this government is a plan that actually supports Canadian auto manufacturing. Look, your plan their plan, Madam Speaker, is only going to help with one Canadian production line. We want to take the tax off all Canadian-made autos. Why do they want to subsidize President Trump's manufacturing strategy instead of supporting the hard-working men and women in Ontario's manufacturing?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, finally, our friends from the other side recognize that the issues with the auto industry come from the U.S. tariffs. It's the first time I hear this from their side. Bravo! It's about time. Besides that, Madam Speaker, as I said, we are going to invest in those that invest in Canada, in those that commit to Canada. And by the way, currently, the two largest auto manufacturers in Canada are Toyota and Honda, and they remain fully committed to operating here, Madam Speaker.
The member for Windsor-Tecumseh Lakeshore.
Madam Speaker, yesterday's announcement of a new national automotive strategy was nothing more than a slap in the face to Windsor's auto workers. The Prime Minister proudly announced that Canadians will now be subsidizing American-made vehicles. Why do the Liberals think that it's better to subsidize foreign-made vehicles rather than adopt the Conservative plan to cut the tax on cars made in Windsor and Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I don't know how to say this in parliamentary decorum, but that's just not true. That is just not true, Madam Speaker. The announcement of yesterday confirms our commitment to our industry and confirms our assistance to those that invest in Canada, Madam Speaker. And there are very large companies that are currently committed to investing in Canada, and that will continue to do so. In order to promote that investment, that's what we announced yesterday, and it will work very well.
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh Lakeshore.
Madam Speaker, I'm not sure if the member across the aisle understands my question. 5,000 Canadian auto workers lost their jobs. This government's response is to hand out subsidies for American-built electric vehicles. I'm imploring the member across the aisle to answer the question. Instead of subsidizing foreign-made cars and killing Canadian auto jobs, will the Liberals adopt our Conservative plan to take the tax off of cars made in Canada?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, time and time again, what we hear from the other side is that they actually have no plan. Yesterday, we presented a comprehensive auto strategy. It will help to reduce our emissions. It will help to support Canadians who want to buy EVs. The rebates specifically take into account a made-in-Canada component. It also has a component to support our auto workers in this time when they're facing the brunt of the unjustified tariffs from the United States. But more than that, we are standing side by side with our workers in our auto industry to build the industry for the future. What about that?
Yeah, great. The member for Haliburton-Quarter Lakes.
Speaker, since 2016, auto production in Canada has collapsed from 2.3 million vehicles to just 1.2 million. We have lost over 5,000 auto jobs, including thousands in Oshawa and Brampton. Now the Liberals want to spend up to $2.3 billion in taxpayer money subsidizing foreign-made electric vehicles, many built in the United States, while Canadian plants sit idle. Instead of supporting manufacturing elsewhere, will the Liberals adopt our Conservative plan to take the tax off Canadian-made vehicles?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, the Conservatives just don't get it. We are positioning Canada to be a global leader. It's important that the Conservative Party recognize the need for Canada to act. One of the ways in which they can do that, Madam Speaker, is stop the filibustering on our budget implementation bill. If they want to deliver something for Canadians today, the best thing that they can do is they can stand in their place.
The Honourable Member, can we have order so the Honourable Member can answer and we can go through question period? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, 5 seconds.
Stop, Madam Speaker. 5 seconds. Well, let me get a clear message. You want to help Canadians? Time to stop filibustering and allow budget implementation.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-La Matapedia. Madam Speaker, the scientific community is concerned The Liberals are cutting 20 jobs at the Maurice Lamontagne Institute in Mount Joly, a major regional scientific hub and a gem of research. And this is a worrying loss of expertise that jeopardizes both regional and economic development in our regions. And this also reduces the ability of the Department of Fisheries and Oceans to act on evidence, which is already a serious problem there. Can we really afford to weaken science just to save a few pennies?
Thank you for the question. And it is an important issue, Madam Speaker. I think science played an integral role in the building up of agriculture and agri-food in this country, and it's going to continue. I had the opportunity to meet with the president of the University of Saskatchewan just this week. I was in Laval at their university as well. We had good discussions. It's important that we move forward with a revised science program, Mr. Speaker, and we'll continue to do that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member Rimouski. Madam Speaker, Liberal cuts in science are piling up. In addition to the 20 jobs lost at Maurice Lamontagne Institute, there have been cuts to agricultural research affecting more than 1,000 workers across Canada. In Quebec City, the Agricultural Research Centre is closing completely after nearly 60 years of operations. Unions are denouncing a major loss of expertise. Frankly, this reminds us of the Harper government years, which muzzled silence. In an economic context where we have to reinvent ourselves and stimulate the economy, how can the Liberals continue to cut science? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're spending less to invest more in science in this country. The science is extremely important. It's extremely important for trade. We are maintaining our presence in every single province, and we remain the largest agriculture institution in this country. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, by streamlining research and development, we can build a strong, resilient future for science. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable, Lotbinière. This Prime Minister wanted to dazzle Canadians with his grand promises to build on a scale like never seen before in Canada. But it's just a big illusion. What did he really do? He promised a deal with Trump, but tariffs went up. He promised homes, but he created offices for public servants. He promised to accelerate major projects, but not a single shovel in the ground. The results are more disappointing, and now we've learned that Canada has lost 28,000 jobs in January, and it's the small and medium business size workers that are paying the price. Instead of giving up, will the Prime Minister work with the Conservatives to restore Canadian sovereignty?
Secretary. Madam Speaker, as my colleague noted earlier, overall employment is up over the past 12 months and wages continue to rise. These are proof points of an economic plan that is in action but is not over. This government brought forward this fall our economic plan in our budget, C-15, which is before the House, that's going to create tens of thousands of jobs in the skilled trades. It's going to bring forward tax cuts that are going to grow our economy and increase investment. It's going to create major new investments in housing, in infrastructure, in some of the largest projects that this country has seen. When will the Conservatives put those small differences aside? Start cheering for Canada.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable, Lotbinière. Madam Speaker, we've been following their plan to adopt C-15, and they are the ones whose jobs continue to go to the U.S. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Short answer, no, we will not support my colleague's motion. That's clear, at least they know that. Now, the Canadian economy is going through a very complex period triggered by the trade war tariffs from the U.S. We've also shown a great resiliency in our economy. Problems are global, but the Canadian economy has shown that it is able to adapt to these major geopolitical changes. We are doing so. And to do this, we need to pass our budget. So let's work together. Inaudible. The Honourable Member for Côte-du-Sud, Rivière-du-Loup, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister has talked about problems, but still thousands of Canadians are struggling to make ends meet. 25,000 jobs lost in January and $58 billion investment lost to the U.S. since the beginning of his term. This is unacceptable. Fortunately for the PM, Conservatives have proposed the Canadian Sovereignty Act to protect our industries and reduce our dependence on the U.S. Madam Speaker, Will this Prime Minister finally work with us to protect Canada's sovereignty in the face of American threats? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. For a party that doesn't believe in climate change, they're doing a great deal of recycling. We hear this in the House constantly. Madam Speaker, our plan to build is working, and yesterday we tabled legislation to enhance Build Canada homes that will build housing across Canada, and we're doing so by stimulating steel, aluminum, wood sectors that are going through a tough time right now. We're protecting jobs, and our plan is supported by municipalities, by citizen organizations, and we hope they'll support it as well. Since last October, the forest sector is being suffering from U.S. tariffs. In January, the manufacturing sector would rather let Chinese EVs in. Can the Prime Minister work with the Conservatives on the real issues and defend forestry workers?
Madam Speaker, I think we can all agree that we're in a tariff war. And these U.S. tariffs on our softwood lumber are completely unjustified. We announced $2.5 billion to help businesses and forestry workers. We have a one-stop shop to help them with funds to diversify, as well as innovation funds, as well as buy Canadian policies to increase domestic demand, strengthen the forestry sector. We have a working group that will be giving us recommendations. The Honourable Member for Beauce. If this is a priority issue, why aren't they actually doing something about it, Madam Speaker? The U.S. is currently and will always be our main trading partner. Everyone knows that, Madam Speaker. On January 13th, in Bécamo, 346 forestry workers lost their jobs. When will the Prime Minister start working with the Conservatives and defend our workers in regions like Beauce? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, I'm a bit surprised to hear what my colleague said. Because the Conservatives have been blocking the $2.5 billion in assistance that our government included in the budget for the forestry sector. So will they help us pass the budget to help our forestry sector workers? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When he addressed the world at Davos last month, the Prime Minister talked about the gap between rhetoric and reality. Well, Madam Speaker, that gap is alive and well on the Conservative side of the aisle. The rhetoric is encouraging. Lots of talk and collaboration and working together. The reality, it doesn't always match Conservative words. Canadians want to know if the Conservatives will put country above party, or will they block important legislation, including the Budget Implementation Act. Can the Parliamentary Secretary let Canadians know what important measures would be blocked by the Conservative Party?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration.
Madam Speaker, our colleague served his community as mayor. He's now fighting for his constituents in the House of Commons. And we have an opportunity now to come together and do the very same for our constituents. What will Conservatives do? Will they get behind Budget 2025? A budget, a landmark budget that invests in housing, in defense, in infrastructure to build this country up, to put in place the foundation for diversifying our trade strategy so we can ensure prosperity for current and future generations? Will they obstruct and play political games, or will they work with us on behalf of Canadians, Madam Speaker? It's their choice.
Honourable Member for St. Albert, Sturgeon River.
Madam Speaker, Canadian workers are being pummeled. 25,000 net jobs lost in January, including 52,000 in the private sector. These numbers are not outliers. After 10 years of these Liberals, Canada has seen the slowest GDP growth in the G7, a meager 0.5% compared to more than 20% growth in the United States. So in the face of these numbers, will these Liberals finally accept responsibility for a decade of economic failure?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, again, Madam Speaker, the Conservatives need a reality check. well over 100,000 jobs since the new Prime Minister was elected last year. Madam Speaker, we are focused on building a Canada-strong economy, one that will improve the conditions in all regions of the country. That means looking at major projects. That looks at investments. We have a Prime Minister that is aggressively looking at exploring additional opportunities for exports. We have a Prime Minister that is literally bringing in billions of dollars of foreign investment. It's time that the Conservative Party...
The honourable member for St. Albert Sturgeon River.
Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister promised a strong economy. He delivered stagnant growth, including negative growth in the first 2 quarters of 2025. The Prime Minister promised to build big, build bold, and build now, not a single project approved, and meanwhile, 25,000 Canadians are out of work in January alone. Enough of the rhetoric, enough of the empty promises. When will these Liberals come up with a real plan to get Canadians back to work?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I agree with the member opposite. Enough of the rhetoric. The Conservative Party generally is more their self-interest is in the Conservative Party. It's time that you start thinking about Canadians. When you talk about investments, think about it. The first 5 major projects, over $60 billion of investment. Every region of this nation is going to benefit because we have a Prime Minister and a government that works for Canadians day in and day out. Conservative Party of Canada, get on side.
The honourable member for Calgary-Crowfoot.
Madam Speaker, in January, the Canadian economy lost 25,000 jobs, while even more unemployed Canadians have given up looking for one. Job loss at a time of food and housing unaffordability is catastrophic, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister promised the best economy in the G7, but under his watch, Canadians have the highest food inflation, most expensive housing, lowest per capita GDP growth, and $58 billion in capital flight to the United States. So when will this government repeal the taxes and regulations that kill jobs and make life more expensive?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, in the member's own home province of Alberta, unemployment has decreased this past month, and participation rate has actually climbed in his province, and that is part of the proof of the hard work that this government is doing with a solid strategic economic plan for the country. But Madam Speaker, we can't move forward as a country. We can't move forward unless we have the opposition's support to pass that economic plan, to invest in the jobs that we need, to build the projects that are going to bring our nation together, and to fight off the unjust tariffs and the trade war that we're in. So join Team Canada, get on board, pass our budget.
Madam Speaker, yesterday I talked to a mortgage broker in Calgary who said her clients are increasingly worried about their jobs and that layoffs are killing home deals. She said that construction and energy workers are among the most affected. So the Prime Minister said that we're going to be an energy superpower and claimed that they are going to build over 500,000 homes per year. So if so, why are energy and construction workers the ones losing their jobs?
The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, in stark contrast with the Leader of the Opposition, our Prime Minister is doing what he did in Davos was showing what real leadership looks like. In Davos, the Prime Minister said middle powers must act together because if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. Madam Speaker, thanks to our Prime Minister, Canada is at the table. We're securing multi-billion deals with many different countries, including Indonesia and China. You know what this is going to do for Canada? This is going to double exports. It's going to create more jobs. It's going to make life more affordable and support our local businesses right here in our country, Madam Speaker. That is real leadership.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia, Lambton, Bequidgena.
Madam Speaker, Canada has lost over 5,000 automotive jobs. 32 paper mills have shut down, and in my riding, 3 facilities are shutting down. 51,000 manufacturing jobs have been lost in the year since the Prime Minister took charge. He said he was going to build, baby, build, but the only thing he's built is the highest unemployment rate for youth we've seen in a generation. So will the Prime Minister do what he promised, build at a scale we haven't seen in generations, and work with Conservatives to restore Canada's sovereignty in the face of American threats?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Madam President, Madam Chair, we have a plan to build and build strong across the country, including in the forestry sector, where we're going to use our wood for things like Maison Canada and Buy Canadian Act. But for that, we need to be able to implement the budget that we presented, and we need the cooperation. And when are the Conservatives going to get on board with us to implement this Build Canada Strong program? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Madam Speaker, where is the urgency? 67,000 jobs were lost in Ontario last month. Young people can't find work. Canadians are worried about paying their mortgage and affording groceries. So will the Prime Minister do what he promised, build at scales we haven't seen in generations, and work with Conservatives to restore our sovereignty in the face of these American threats?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is exactly what we're doing. We're building Canada strong, and we're building more and more housing. We're building at speed never seen before. Just yesterday, we put in the House the bill to enact Build Canada Home. Day after day after day, you are in this House talking to us about, Madam Chair, talking to us about affordability, but yet they are blocking everything. I'm sure Canadian and Conservatives riding would like to see going forward the proper measures we're putting to put more food on the table. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Brandon Surrey's.
Madam Speaker, Canadians are being crushed by the Prime Minister's failure to get the economy moving again. Stats Can confirmed Canada lost 52,000 private sector jobs last month, including 28,000 manufacturing jobs, a sector Manitoba families rely on, from aerospace in Winnipeg to value-added ag and resource processing across our province. Since the Prime Minister took office, $58 billion in investment has fled to the U.S., while the only job growth here has come from hiring more bureaucrats. Will the Prime Minister explain why his rhetoric about building and growing the economy means lost jobs for Manitoba families?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Unemployment is down to 6.5%. Inflation is within the Bank of Canada guidelines. We have a AAA credit rating and record foreign direct investment. In fact, we're building up the country for the success of current and future generations. But let's go off the script for a moment, Madam Speaker. He's on it. The previous member was on it. They both care about defence. I know that about these members. Southwestern Ontario, my region, is an anchor of the defence sector in Canada. We can all bring jobs to our communities and sustain them by supporting this budget because it is a landmark budget for defence. What will he do? What does he have to say to that?
For Brandon Surrey.
Madam Speaker, these members want to talk about defending our veterans. They've just closed the Veterans Affairs office in Brandon and moved it out to CFB Shiloh. So I think that's a bit rich coming from the member. But anyway, Manitoba workers want to build. That's what the question was about. Whether it's critical minerals, forestry, or manufacturing, uncompetitive Liberal laws have killed the jobs market. So while plants are cutting shifts and communities worry about their future, the Prime Minister promised to build at speeds never seen. When is he going to get started?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
We've gone back to the script, Madam Speaker. We have an opportunity. And if they don't want to listen to Liberals, as I advised just a few days ago in question period, they can listen to their former leader. Former Prime Minister Harper, made clear that we have an opportunity to rise above partisanship now, at a moment of crisis, at a moment of rupture, to use that appropriate term. Nostalgia is not a strategy. We cannot look to the past. We have to build for the future, diversify our economy, our trade relationships. We have to focus on defense like never before. We have to focus on housing like never before. What will we do?
The Honourable Member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
This week, the Crofton Mill on Vancouver Island shut down. Growing tariffs and lack of access to local logs have forced over 30 mills in BC to close. The unemployment rate in forestry doubled in the last month. On South Vancouver Island alone, hundreds of trucks arriving weekly to export raw logs to foreign countries, as approved by this government. Our proposed Canadian Sovereignty Act will legalize rapid resource development in Canada, giving mills across BC a chance to survive. Will the Prime Minister protect our industries from rising tariffs, reduce raw log exports, and work with Conservatives in the face of American threats? Good job.
Hear, hear. L'Honorable Secrétaire Parlementaire.
Madam Chair, the closure of a mill is a difficult news for workers, their families, and the communities. The federal government has come forward with supports for the sector, and we urge the provincial government to work with us as partners to protect these jobs. The Forest Sector Transformation Task Force is right now hard at work to formulate recommendations to grow and build new futures for the sector. While the opposition cast blame and rage, we will continue to examine every option available because workers across Canada.
L'honorable député de Terrebonne.
The honourable member for Terrebonne. Madam Speaker, in just a few hours, 207 Canadian athletes will be entering the Olympic Stadium, proudly holding the maple leaf to represent Canada in the Milan Cortina 2026 Winter Olympic Games. Can the Parliamentary Secretary for Sport tell us about what this government is doing to support our athletes and how Canadians from coast to coast to coast can support Team Canada? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank my colleague warmly for this question, and I'd like to thank her for her leadership within our government. Madam Speaker, our athletes are real ambassadors for Canada, and as the main investor in the Canadian amateur sports system, our government is proud to support Canadian athletes who are bringing together all 41 million Canadians to celebrate our unity and pride. That is why we have increased the monthly benefits for our athletes by 23%. There is also a lot of pressure on them, which is why we have invested $3.11 million additional dollars in health care for them. We all together, we will support them.
Madam Speaker, yesterday Health Canada officials revealed at committee that there are no age requirements at federally approved drug injection sites. In fact, Health Canada revealed there isn't even a requirement for ID. That means minors can legally use drugs in these consumption sites under Liberal law. The Health Minister approves supervised drug injection sites through the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. Why are the Liberals allowing minors to inject hard drugs under their watch?
Wow. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member opposite for the question. As a father of two young children, 15 and 17, I know how important it is to ensure that we think about the health and safety of our children and our youth. We'll work hard in ensuring that they are not in any danger of moving forward, and that's what we'll continue to do on this side of the House, and I really look forward to working with both sides of the House to ensure the safety of our young children moving forward.
The Honourable Member for Riding Mountain.
Madam Speaker, the Health Minister approves these drug injection sites. And her own officials confirmed there is no age limit to use them. That means a minor from a nearby school could walk in and legally inject fentanyl under this Liberal policy. If the Health Minister doesn't think minors should be injecting drugs at these sites that she approved, why doesn't the minister stop them today?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I welcome the member's question. I will work with him after the question period to find a solution with that member, and I thank him for the question once again.
The Honourable Member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Madam Speaker, the Liberal Finance Minister failed to stabilize grocery prices like he promised 3 years ago. His new one-off rebate won't reduce the cost of a single item on the shelf. Food bank lines in my region won't shrink. Yet the Liberals voted against our motion to reduce transport and packaging costs for farmers. Food inflation must come down. When will the Liberals work with us to cut taxes to bring down the cost of food?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Their call for focusing on taxes in this particular instance is out of place, Madam Speaker. No serious analysis has given any credibility to to what the Conservatives have put forward on the issue of food inflation. I've shared earlier this week, we all know it, the Bank of Canada recently affirmed it, climate change is a key factor, and the key factor when it comes to the increase at the grocery store in terms of prices. How could it not be? An increase in severe weather events, droughts and floods obviously limits supply, and that has an effect. But ultimately, Madam Speaker, the member and all members across the way, all of us in this House of Commons can get behind Budget 2025 because it focuses on Canadians.
Honourable member for Pickering-Brooklyn.
Madam Speaker, after months of obstruction, the Justice Committee finally completed its study on the Bail and Sentencing Reform Act. Premiers, mayors, and law enforcement from across the country are asking for it to pass swiftly. Can the Parliamentary Secretary explain the important measures of the Bail and Sentencing Reform Act for us, please?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Speaker. Bill C-14 is about keeping Canadians safe, and this government is leading. Speaker, we listened to police officers on front lines, to mayors and premiers, and to victims advocates who have been crystal clear that the status quo is not acceptable. That's why we brought forward a strong, targeted bail reform bill, and that is why we are pushing to get it passed without delay, and we expect the opposition, especially the Conservatives, to support this important bill because Canadians expect action, not obstruction, and this government is leading. Thank you.
Honourable member for Regina Wascana.
Madam Speaker, the Finance Minister promised 3 years ago to stabilize food prices. But today, Canada has the highest food inflation rate in the G7, and more Canadians are struggling to afford groceries. Clearly, this problem requires a Team Canada approach. Will the Liberals work with Conservatives to cancel the industrial carbon tax, the fuel standards tax, the plastic packaging tax, and fast-track results for Canadians?
Great question. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I was intrigued when I heard Team Canada approach. I agree that we need a Team Canada approach. I think we should focus on serious solutions. And there is solutions, Madam Speaker, for the short term and the long term. The groceries and essentials benefit that they collaborated on, thankfully, is just one short-term measure. And I agree that it's not a magic bullet. It is certainly not that. What do we have to do to ensure the future sustainability of this country? Budget 2025 provides an answer. For the generations that are looking at us, what will we do? Will we rise above partisanship and pass that important budget?
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
The Prime Minister says he wants to build Canada up, yet he's slashing over 30,000 PSAC workers delivering core public services like EI, tax credits, food inspection, and more. Admin funding for friendship centres across the country will come to an end this fiscal. The Vancouver Aboriginal Friendship Centre is also being forced to fight for survival of his gender-based violence prevention programs and his urban programming for Indigenous peoples. Will the Prime Minister stop the cuts and protect the well-being of our communities with ongoing, stable, permanent funding for friendship centres and their programs? Yes or no?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, first of all, I would like to thank the public servants across Canada for helping us deal with the issues that Canadians and our country are dealing with at these uncertain times. I will say that the public service, Madam Speaker, has grown by over 40% over the past decade. We are focused on delivering better, faster services for Canadians. Part of that, Madam Speaker, is ensuring that we also bring our public service to a sustainable level so that the taxpayers across Canada, Madam Speaker, get the services that they require, but at the price that they are looking for.
Honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Madam Speaker, this week the NDP government in Manitoba took over a failing for-profit care home to protect seniors. Meanwhile, the federal government owns Revera, Canada's second largest for-profit long-term care chain. In Edmonton, Strathcona, 10 seniors died and 84% of the residents tested positive during COVID-19. Despite the efforts of hardworking staff, corners were cut, and tragedies like this occur every day at for-profit facilities across the country. When will this government prioritize the health and safety of seniors and nationalize long-term?
Question, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, We are a government that stands squarely with our seniors. We have a long track record of defending them, of investing in long-term care, of protecting seniors through the difficult years of the pandemic.
That's right.
In particular, we've increased GIS, benefiting over 1 million seniors across Canada. We've increased our OAS payments to seniors over 75 when they face higher costs, expanded our earnings exemption, enhanced CPP, delivering dental care for over 6 million Canadians. Many seniors in my riding call this a lifeline to oral health that they haven't received before. I look forward to working with the member opposite in continuing to provide.
Point of order, we're done.
That is all the time for all questions. The Honourable Member for Calgary Crawford on point of order.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, the standing orders and practice of this House demand that when members have said something that is false or untrue, that they be given the opportunity to correct the record. The parliamentary secretary to the government House leader had accused Conservatives of filibustering the BIA. This is patently false. All parties agree
matter for debate
to a work plan, including Liberals.
That is a matter for debate, I think. So I think we are going to a very special moment right now, pursuant to order made on Thursday, February 5th, 2026. I invite.
All right. Okay, it's working. All right, great. 3 more cops just went down for the Peel, from the Peel region. They are suspended and not charged, and it's in conjunction. What started it as an officer. These cops were conspiring to commit murder on one of their own, and well, this to me is the lowest level of criminal. It's one who's taken the breed. You know what I mean? They have their position of trust, and then allowing things like that. You know what I mean? Like what happens in this country? They do ad hominem attacks, and people, organizations and stuff. They destroy your reputation. And they can do things to you, put things on your spray on your clothes. You know why you're not allowed perfume in places? Because it can also be used as a weapon. And I'm not going to explain it much further, but that's why a lot of these places are like, no. And how do they get around? They do that. And so there's these type of things going on in this country. And on my channel and on my life, on my persona, galore. And when you have a country that has police that are acting, that are going after their own for drug dealers, there's nothing that makes me more sick and angry and upset than this type of person. Is what kind of a country? Oh, we can just destroy a person that we want to, and that's fine that we have people that are criminals, but when you have cops that are that, well, then what do you think are there's those ones, and then when you, like, every color, there's a shade, there's the ones that are going right criminal. Well, if there's the ones that are allowed to be right criminal, deal drugs, go attack their own, then that means there's other lighter shades that'll be allowed to flourish. There'll be people they'll just turn a blind eye. There'll be others that agree with it. They'll laugh at it. They'll think, it's not a big deal. It's only one. What do you care? All of that level. When there's only one mode for a cop or an intelligence agency, and that's the law of the line. They're not allowed. They should not have opinions and nuance. There's no nuance. There's no opinions. There's the law, and that's it. And they fight it, and they lose every day, just like I do. 3-8-55-020-45. There are people that I fail. I try it every day. It's a high bar, and I fail. But you don't mean that you're like, well, it's only one person. We'll let them get away with it. No. Oh, it's only one of our cops that's fucking dealing drugs. That's, pardon my French, that's attacking my channel. I just had this 2 people we talked for a long time. So they spent the whole time. And then there's a few sentences in there that go along with against me. Like this is the face of it. And it's the book was all bullshit. That's not the person. And when you have a country that has cops that won't fight back against that, well, then they're completely, and then remember, cops are making $150 $50,000 a year. They're paid enough in this country that they should not be susceptible to this type of thinking. But what's happened is they've allowed it to creep in into our society. And so they're like, well, it's not really a full crime. But when you add all the things the things that you don't know, it is a full crime. And when you add, like, look, they're like, well, these cops were only dealing drugs. Well, no. Or they were only taking bribes. No. They were taking bribes of cocaine and oxycodone and other things. And then dealing them. They weren't just taking bribes to turn a blind eye against a grow-op. Well, that's not a big deal. When you have cops that are like that, then what happens? It gets worse. Well, then they're like, oh, they took money. Well, let's give them drugs. Because, of course, criminal organizations, what do they have? They have drugs. So when you allow this little bit, there's no nuance for a cop. Cops, RCMP, federal, they should not be allowed any nuanced in their thinking. There's the line, and that's it. Now, I believe, okay, there's a little bit of leeway. I'm okay with it, but that's changed in there. For the little guy, why are they going against the little guy to the letter of the law? And then when it comes to organized crime, they're like, well, we're not going to totally arrest these cops, or we're not going to totally go after these people, because our country is faltering from the inside. When you can go out, when an organization, party, or anything can be above the law and go destroy a person's company, person, reputation without any repercussion, you no longer have a functioning country. And that's where I believe we're at in Canada right now. When you have 10 arrests of cops that have taken drugs, conspiracy to kill one of their own, and I've seen this in here, oh, it's just go get a reset. Get off my freaking channel. I don't want to hear you. I don't want to hear anything to do with you. I believe that I'm not a cop, but I believe that you have to have cops that are that, or get them out, get them in jail, put them away forever. You can't have someone, because it's so easy for them to breach trust, to go into someone and steal from someone and say, oh, we'll let you off. That's why you can't let them, let people have, oh, we'll just take your drugs and let you off. That's a nice idea. For little things and stuff like that, there should be a little leeway for oh, you got a little bit of gravity, you know what I mean? It's obviously personal, right? These things. But when it comes to these abuse that can be expanded, like putting, like this, we know this. You put a spray on somebody, you put it in the laundry, so you sneak into someone's home and you do things to someone. This can be done very, very easily, and this is a huge harm on a body of a population, because we have police who I believe they're dirty. They're not dirty like this, like they necessarily criminal. They're dirty in the mind. Their mind is fucked. I see them and I'm not all of them, but when you see cops tattooed from one end to the other, they look like criminals and they walk like criminals. Most likely, they think it's okay to do that to that person because that person's a piece of crap. So we'll let that go. That is why we're in the situation we're in. And that's why in the States right now, when they have the military members are there, and they're basically scaring the crap out of the criminals. The criminals aren't scared of the cops anymore, because the criminals are basically the cops. They're not scared of the cops anymore, because the cops, not all, there's a lot of great cops. But when you got a few of them there, and everyone knows that they're dealing. Everyone knew that guy was dealing drugs. Everyone knew it. And when you allow that in there, and then these guys were sergeants. They weren't corporals. They weren't total. They were in charge of a shift and dealing drugs and taking bribes. And if this doesn't get dealt with from the bottom to the top, then basically our whole country is we're never gonna recover. There's never gonna be great again. You're just basically turning our country into Venezuela, because that's what happens in Venezuela. That's what happens in Colombia, in Argentina, and all these other countries. Wealthy individuals use gangs to do things to people. But first they have to put ad hominem attacks, some unsubstantiated, unproven things against the person, right? They'll just say, oh, this, that person. So it allows these criminal, so then they can get their criminal people to do real harm against the person. It starts with the small. This is what happens in all of these countries. It's not like a rocket science. So when you have cops who think that they can, well, it's just a grow up, it's just a little bit of a bribe, it basically destroys your whole country. Because then what happens? It doesn't just happen for who are these people? These people will also, you know what I mean? That'll give you a bribe. They're going to be bribing politicians. We know. That's the reason I believe politicians have the toughest job in the world, is because they're the easiest to bribe. It's an easily bribed position. So they have to have very good moral integrity, moral fiber, if you will, to basically to uphold it. That's why they have a tough job, not because of the other things. It's because their opportunity to slip cops, number two. And when we have this in our country, and we don't fight back on every little thing you see, especially like individuals can be, I believe, individuals can be dealt with through education. I think that we're missing that in our thing, right? We're missing that individuals we put them in crime school, which is jail. They should have a new thing for people like myself. I was angry. Jesus help me. But that we don't have. But when it comes to criminal organizations or a wealthy person who's using these organizations, which is a lot of times the case, to keep their power and control, and it could be political parties and stuff like that, when that is allowed to go, the whole country, the whole foundation is gone. The country becomes, very quickly it can happen, and this is the stuff that our intelligence, not Canada, we don't have this arm, but other countries' intelligence agencies, this is how they destroy other countries. This is how I know it. It's from what there was, not the incoming, the outcoming, and then being aware of it here. Ad hominem attack. They just attack the person's character. They'll say anything. So then they allow the real criminal, like they're not criminal, they're people that are usually down and out. And they pay these down and out people to do real harms on those people. And basically say, oh, it's just them killing each other. The losers are killing each other. Now, they're doing it under an organized system. And when cops allow it to go, and cops get involved in it, and that's where I believe that the biggest problem in Canada. And until we have like a proper SIU unit to root this out, bottom to top, we're fucked. Our country is going to be going higher and higher, because criminal organizations don't just do criminal organized things. What they do is they work in collusion, so they can, in a market, bring up the housing prices by having them and it's not just the criminals. The criminals have influence over people, over their family, over this, and anyone who needs the money. So they say, okay, we want to increase the price of house in this area. Well, they lean on politicians, they lean on real estate agents, they lean on anyone who is selling a home, and boom, they can bring the prices up. These type of tactics are border, they're not really illegal, but they are organized crime, and this is just people are getting away with it in this country. When you don't have the police dealing with this on a certain level, this is why this one guy who told me, he's from India, he was wealthy, and I said, why are you coming to this country? And this is why he told me he was coming here. He says, because in Canada, if I have an attack from the local gang, not an organized, just a local bunch of idiots that got some money together, he says, I can't rely on my police. I can't call up my police and them to fix the problem. That's why I'm coming to Canada. I have a family, and I can rely on your police. That's what he told me. Now, this was 20 years ago now. He's an engineer and all this stuff. I'm like, man, you look like a king. I seen his house. It was like, oh my God. And he goes, well, and it's not just that. That's just the one that's the worst of it. And then he goes, well, when I have a pothole that's going down my road, and it won't get fixed because the gang has the road that's the parallel road to mine, and their road is perfect. Their road gets fixed all the time because they pressure the politicians and the engineers of the city to do what they want to do and don't do what's right, fixing the road that needs it. They don't evaluate things on a proper, pyramid, not a pyramid scheme, but they don't operate things on a valued critical path. It's called critical path, which is a type of engineering. You figure out, okay, how do I do the maintenance? What am I going to fix first? They only work on what the organized. They're not necessarily like gangs like you think. An organized group will do. And he says that's what happens in town after town after city in my country. I'm not going to name his country. He says in Canada that's not the way. Well, what I'm seeing in Canada, it is what's happening now. It's starting. We're probably on third gear out of 10 gears, right? It's in the third and 10, but that's where we're at. When you have literal cops going down for attacking their own, this is what happens. It happens. My channel is the exact that. All you have to see is to say, what if none of their saying about this person is true? Just all you have to do is that, and just say, what if, and then you'll see everything. It's a perfect example. I knew I was doing this channel as an example because I know I was getting attacked by Corona like this, and so it's basically keeps on continuing because there's no help for a guy like me. They're like, he's allowed. Blah, blah, blah. Look at the way he dresses, right? Of course, he's all these bad things. Look at he doesn't shave, you know what I mean? And the attacks can come full blast, and no one will help. And that used to not be the case. The cops used to be scary guys that towed the line. And that's what the military is doing. Is why is murder down to the lowest level since 1900s in the United States? Because those people, the military guys in the corner, they're not judging the person with that's doing a weapon or anything. They're judging them. They're all American, and that's it. Look, I see something, call it in or deal with it. And in Canada, I believe what's happening is they're judging good people and bad people, and we're like, well, we don't have enough money to save everybody, so we'll only save the good people, thus allowing the criminals a huge spat. Basically, these people that are homeless, I believe, most of them have just been abused. They've been abused by the criminal organizations, and the police won't help them because of this reason, because of that reason. And now the proof is coming out. And I know I'm very upset about it because I just read 3 more cops going to commit murder against 3 other cops, and they just suspended them. If they're even a part of it, if they even heard that a criminal organization was going against another cop and they didn't immediately report it, I think that should be at least 10 years in jail. No negotiate, 10 years. Because why do you, what the do we have cops for? You know? We have cops to stop this. And it ain't going to be like that individual, that immigrant. He came to Canada. I met him before he came. But like him, he says, I'm leaving my country. Well, he lives, small house here, mansion there. Like, I'm not talking little man. Like, it was like, wow. Because he can't rely on his police force. He's leaving a country. He can't rely on his city to fix his street that has 300 potholes, and they're going to have all their 500 workers on the street that goes to the criminals place of operation, whatever, what have you. This is, I hate to call it third world. This is developing world bullshit that we're having here, and there's too many folks that, and it's everywhere, and all they have to do is basically make up a lie, and then they're like, oh, well, that's okay, all right? But you don't know they don't bother the reasons why. You don't check on this. You're basically, once the police start doing that, which they are right now, once the police start doing that, they've basically they obfuscated their duty, and they've handed it to the criminal organization. And they've just told the criminal organization, you know what? We trust you more than we trust our guys. And so the cops that are like low beat getting in, they see it. And so they're like, well, what am I going to fight it? These cops need to go away for a long time because they're supposed to be there to stop this stuff. And they're the ones doing it. And the worst is, I can't believe. I know I'm the only one on this channel. Well, it says I'm the only one, but I don't know if that's the case. Can't unsee. I know this stuff. I know of this attack. It's just I put on a thing I haven't worn in a while, and it's shaved parts. Come on, But this is third world. And but we can because of this person, and that's all an organization has to do is screw someone over, and there we go. I'm very upset about this. The police need to be 100% behind them. And what do you guys think that? Remember, it happened before. The Americans had to come here and tell us about the foreign interference that we knew was happening. Why? Why was it because the FBI, Ray, I think his name was Bill Ray or Bob Ray, Bill Ray, W-R-A-Y, had to come here and publicly announce it because our country wasn't doing anything about it. That's what happened, folks. It was like they knew about it. You think like they didn't know about this foreign interference was happening? They knew that the assassination was coming because it was in the police files, and there's talk back and forth. But they were pretending it wasn't happening. And so the government of the states basically sent their head honcho over here to basically like, well, if they're not going to do anything, but we're the largest, remember, the largest unprotected border. The Americans have they're concerned about what happens here. And rightfully so, right? The southern border is not unprotected. The northern one is. So when this country goes bad, they will feel it big time when you allow things in. And when you allow they knew these people were coming here paying hitmen to take out a Canadian. And the government wasn't doing enough about it. So they sent their head honcho, because their head honcho is, when he speaks, the whole country, the media has to cover it. And that's what happened. And then all of a sudden the government's like, oh, now we know about it. No, now they couldn't hide it. And this is the same thing that's what's happening now with these police, I believe, with these police forces that happen, these police folks. It's the same thing. That them getting arrested, there's no proof. I have no proof. But I put money it's identical to the last one. That as soon as they said basically, we're going to have them put it in the media, or you do your job. Get these people. I think it was from the Americans. These police getting arrested, and no one, of course, you know what I mean. But they do it behind the scenes, and they're forcing the hand to deal with the criminals. It's like, well, but it's only this person. It's only that person. It's only one guy. It's only there's always excuses for not doing your job, right? Right? There's like that wonderful thing. There's a dead skunk on the road, and this guy who's driving a paint truck, and it says "Not my job," and he sprayed right over top of the skunk. That's exactly what's happening. Obfuscation of duty, and there's a large American contingent that's basically that's here to keep us in line, and our country is going down. If we can't solve these small things and just be able to attack someone's personal life, ad hominem attacks, without the law standing up for it. And like I said, criminal cops. I don't have a problem with criminal. I have a problem with a criminal cop. I have a problem with a corrupt politician, because they will destroy the whole country. Just but it's only him, that one MP that they kicked out, that Liberal MP. Oh, it's only him destroying. But what if he knew that this person was going to be someone very big in going forward? He knew what this person was working on and destroyed it, but it was secret and private. And this politician can, you know what I mean, through this and that destroy somebody without any repercussion. Well, what kind of country? This is the stuff the CIA does to Cubans. This is the stuff this is like Mickey Mouse. This is 101. And our country, without people with huge moral lines, and they have to be paid well. And police, I believe, getting $150,000 a year as a constable is good enough. I think that's good enough to keep them morally. But obviously, it isn't. And we basically need to have more people that are going to toe the line 100% than people like on my channel that are going to pretend to be a friend and really they're just trying to destroy my channel because they don't like what I'm saying. Or destroy your life and then say things like, oh, you got to go get reset. Right? You know, And I don't blame the Liberals, although I think under Carney it's getting better because, well, I see it. Cops are going down. 10 cops going down. That's never happened. Never in this country. 10 cops, and more to come. I believe there's more to come. It's the intelligence from the United States that's fully aware of it because they have a person in power, Trump, and not just Trump. There's many of the people that believe that when everyone abides by the law, everyone prospers, right? If you want to destroy someone, you have to do it legally. You have to do it open and in front and legally and respectfully. The whole country will gain. Or else the wealth, who don't have their own interest in mind, don't have their country in mind, will just take what they want, do what they want. And that's where we're at, and I believe we're in our country. Is it the worst? No, of course not. It's not that bad. But it's bad enough that some people can get just destroyed without even bothering to lift a finger. And that's where we're at. And that's when I said when we're on our decline. There's no doubt about it. We're on the decline. The country's on the decline because we can't, first of all, you have people you're paying $150,000 a year who can't even abide by the law. Okay. We all have probably sped or this and that, broken the law a little here and there, right? Yeah, you know what I mean? We've all, maybe, I smoked some grass before it was legal, not when I was in the military, of course, but, before, we did some things, right? There's that. But once you sign your name as to be a cop to make $150,000 a year, and they're not being watched and monitored to make sure that they're when you get to a sergeant, that sergeant needs to be monitored. We know that there's all kinds of techniques, and once that is allowed to go and just give them slaps on the wrist, or even allowed to speak, because of course they were talking like a criminal. Well, those sergeants and other people were talking like criminals well before they were. It was no doubt who they're talking. Yeah, who cares about that? They were doing it. And once you get that, they need to be reprimanded right there. It's just not a big deal when you deal with it like that. You're like, no, you're suspended without pay. I heard what you said. So obviously what you said is what you think, right? And when you're in that position, I don't believe everyone needs that strict. I don't even know about without pay, half pay or whatever. Not everybody needs that level of strictness, but those that are here to uphold the law make the country good or bad. The police, and we're going to start seeing it in the States. The murder rates are already down. All these other things. I guess auto theft is the one they haven't got a hold of yet. Watch, you're going to start seeing major prosperity in the States as these crime goes down. And there's all kinds of reasons for it, but everyone prospers. Only the wealthy can be above criminal activity when the reason why we have police is not for the wealthy. But police, I think a lot of police departments, police chiefs believe that they're there to help the wealthy. I pay the most taxes. Yeah, well, that means you can make enough money to get your own security, sir. That's what needs to be said. But it's very difficult for them, especially when they're taking in money from these people, right? You need to have them work for this. They need to work for the homeless guy. Because most likely, the most illegal things have been done to that homeless guy. Did some of it was just retribution? Probably. Was all of it? Absolutely not. How did they get there why are they addicted? Maybe they were abused. And the police thought, he's just a loudmouth idiot. We really don't care about him. Right? Their family may. Or they did at one point, and then the ad hominem attacks by criminal organizations are like, we can't. It's too big for us. And that's how you make a great nation. You can't allow the feudalist masters, the feudal system. This is what was happening in Europe at the time. The kings were doing what they wanted. The kings and the queens and the lords of the towns were doing what they wanted. And then they came to America, and I believe what happened was more, they couldn't control everybody because it was all wilderness. They couldn't keep the people down and suppressed. And what happened was America became the great nation of the world. And they tried for the robber baron era. They were doing it very similar, but then one of them, through competition, or a few of them, through competition, started paying their workers more and this and that and all these things. Basically, the idea that the individual deserves to have 100% law behind them, that was the difference. In France and in England, that didn't happen. The little guy knew that the law was not for them. And it was happening here. When these robber barons, I'm not naming any of them, a lot of them did great things. But once they got super rich, there was like protests to get more pay because these people weren't making enough money to eat. What they would do is they literally hired the cops, the local cops, to abuse the protesters. That's what they were doing. They did this all the time. I'm not going to say which car or whatever name, but they were doing that to a very high level, which is just the same thing as Europe. And if that would have continued without having people of very good high moral code to say, wait a second, no, our police department is not, and this happened with the fire departments as well. Fire departments, like to say, hey, no, we're above that. We're going to help those guys, those workers, right? Because we don't want to start shooting. They were literally, there was some protests the cops were shooting, like just what's happening in Iran. They were doing that. They would just shoot the protesters, and then look, it's over. Cops were hired to do this. This is like 100 years ago, so it's not like, I have no animosity towards police officers. I believe that it needs a little bit. In Canada, I think it's what's happened is these international criminal organizations. I'm going to talk about the firefighter. International criminal organizations. I didn't do any drugs. I'm just a little bit passionate about this subject because it's been happening to me, the ad hominem attacks, for decades now. Decades, right? Don't piss off a criminal organization in a small town, right? Just don't do it. They're going to do it. They can take you out and then put things on your... Oh, my God. I lost that one. I got upset. So the firefighters used to literally, if you didn't pay a firefighter department the proper money, they would rob your home and let it burn. Like this was, you had to be wealthy or else the fire department is. And then we got better and better governments, and the government. And then it's like, wait a second, you don't pay a fee for a fire department. We'll just protect you. Everyone in this town, in our jurisdiction. Jurisdiction is the area. If you're in the jurisdiction, you're protected. Versus, you don't have enough money to be helped. We're not helping you. That made America become great. America wasn't the greatest country in the world until that started to change. It's still all of a sudden, it was like, wow. And then the unions got strong, and then just like everything, change can't stop. But when you have the same thing, like I said, with the police forces in being hired out, only working for certain individuals, you just basically have the same exact system. It's a police force for the wealthy and against the poor. And then what happens? Then the gap gets larger, right? Because of course, greed is a human trait that we haven't figured out. The communists thought they could beat it out of people, literally send them to gulags, right? The idea behind communism is a really, I believe it's very altruistic, very great. The problem is how they implemented it. Like, helping man not just for my own greed was one of the things behind it, but that never happened. They didn't allow people to do, you know what I mean? They like destroyed people who, if you wanted to gain a little bit, obviously, it went too far. Now the Chinese idea of it is lighter and softer from Stalin. But the way I see it from here, it's still problematic. Relying on people to be, I'll just say like Christian, not just Christian, but help your common man and this and that. We haven't figured that one out yet. But that was a lot of the idea behind communism, that we'll all help each. We're all brothers and sisters together, right? And we'll all help each other. And it never really, And now we're having the idea that money is, if you have money, you're good, and if you're not, you're not. So the increasing gap of our population is going in this way because we're allowing it to happen. First, it's the police crumbling. Outside international organizations, they're international criminal organizations. They have a lot more money than before. They have more money than the local police department you have. So, and then they're feds. They have more money. They get a larger budget. A lot of these criminal organizations have a larger budget than the RCMP. The RCMP have all the tools, right? But these organizations have larger budgets. And now we're dealing with countries that will flout our laws. Countries that will. And if you have an under budget, if you allow a little bit to creep in, of course, you let the door open, and the idea, like when I'm talking about laws, not like people, but with laws, if you're allowing certain laws to go against other people's to be happening because of this or that, or this or that, well, then it's going to go everywhere. It's going to go in other places. Well, that one's a bit of a stretch, but okay. Well, that one's a bit stretch, and not knowing 100% the future. Other organizations may, and what do we have? Crumbling society. And I think that's what's happening in Canada, that the problem isn't necessarily the police or the RCMP or the intelligence agencies. It's that they're overwhelmed. They don't have the budget. They don't have the tools, and they don't have the wherewithal. And third, the biggest one, or fourth, they don't have the moral. We don't have enough people with proper morals to give everything for the law anymore. Before, they did because they had politicians on their back, but we have a lot of politicians that have gotten away, and all they have to do is resign with being corrupt, right? So once you have that, everyone making a big deal about China purging, the purges, over Xi Jinping keeps purging. Well, because what is he doing? He's getting rid of the corruption. And they're like, oh, he's such an idiot. Oh, they're going to be so weak. No, you're weaker with allowing the corrupt individual in there. Because who knows what destruction they're doing just so they can get their hand out. That's where we're at now. And where are we compared to China's rising and America and Canada sinking in the decline? Well, I believe it starts with the corruption. You allow it in. You allow the people of power to have corruption. What happens to the poor guy? When the poor guy can't rely on the police. I mean, he's not going to work his ass off 35 hours a day and help the nation. Why would you? You're like, I'm going to get the fuck out of this country. But they'll just say, oh, you know what I mean? I'm being suppressed like you wouldn't believe. This is where we're at. I can't put all of this on. I know I'm expanding too much because I'm a little bit upset because of one of the commenters I realized. And the police, these 10 individuals are destroying a lot of the people's opinion on the whole police force, though I think it's already been done. I think people are already fully aware that, we have a lot of, not all, there's a lot of great politicians, but there's a lot of politicians that we know are corrupt, and they're not getting charged. They're just like, well, just retire or whatever. These scandals with $30 billion gone from this thing, and it's like, oh, I guess we just didn't know what we were doing, right? And it's not investigated. When you have police dealing drugs, hard drugs, no less. A law for me, but a law for you. This will come down to, like myself, like getting the individual abused, and we can attack the person without any fear of repercussion. Oh, don't worry. Well, and extortion. Oh, don't worry. We're going to help the guy out later. Well, how do you know that that's true? You're listening to someone who's already lied to you and others, and now you're going to believe them? This you can't take. You can't have a country that takes these amount of lies and accepts them and just thinks, oh, it'll all work out. It's not going to work out. The country's falling. The country is not doing very well. And the countries that are starting to deal with the law and order seem to be rising. If you haven't noticed, as we get more tools, the internet, you need more police. policing of these new forms. AI, I think, is going to be the big savior of this, because the amount of thought that goes into criminal activity is not solved at the same mental acuity as it was created. An idiot can do a little plot, and it's going to take a lot of thought from someone on the outside to solve that plot. That's the fact. And when there's not enough of them, you need AI. And when it's just like, well, this guy said if we destroy him, it's okay because we're going to help him out later. Well, where's the proof? And then and you're doing it behind the scenes. Well, how do you know? How does anyone know? Are you going to check? No. And if they don't, they're like, oh, well, at least no one knows. Police need to be a lot better stringent on the laws. And without it, I think, I don't know. I honestly have a big belief. Like I said on my channel, this individual comes in and, I got attacked. I got a shaved part. My fucking woke up like I was woken up from a party. Shaved. They were shaved. And then this guy putting, it's this. No. Shaved. The fine hairs are gone in a night. So, I know that I'm not going anywhere anyway. I basically know I don't have much hope. I went to the doctor. Doctor says I'm suicidal. What? Never in my life. I can't go to the police and get any help. This is the country we live in Canada, and I don't see it getting any better. And I think what's happening is America, starting under Biden, America is noting, and they're having to step in. And that's where this is coming. The foreign interference wasn't. They were arguing it wasn't happening until Ray came here, and then they couldn't stop it. All these cops getting arrested, I have a feeling, I don't know because they're not talking about it, that this was intelligence from the States that they said basically we're going to act on this and we're going to you deal it or we deal it. They say, oh yeah we there's behind the scenes. The thing is that we just can't. Anyway, I don't really know any. I'm talking out of my depth by far, except I know I pissed off some criminal activities and I'm getting it. And then they tell people, a psychologist or whatever, we'll help them later. That's what this one cop did. This one got something. Yeah, don't worry. You'll get it later. Oh, will he? Really? So they